joining us. About to Senator presiding over the House this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over.
Almighty God, we beseech you favors and blessings. As your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic, consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance prosperity and welfare of our country and of those whose interest you have committed to our charge. Can we confirm quorum, please? Sergeant at Arms, please ring the bell for 5 minutes.
Senator Abdul Haji, currently presiding over the business of the Senate this afternoon, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum, allow for senators within the presence of Parliament to make their way into the chamber this afternoon, the House to raise the requisite quorum to commence business this afternoon. According to the House, at least 15 senators for the commencement of business this away from Joseph Misati, who happens to be the father of the first witness, having Thomas Obare Nyaboro, Amos Bigay Onderi, and Lillian Onyango, Assembly of Kisii County, adducing more evidence this afternoon before the senators as some evidence before them. Governor should not be impeached from office. In regards to the second and the final day of the impeachment this afternoon, at about between 2:30 to 4 has been allocated for examination and re-examination of witnesses. Between 4 questions as well as requests for clarification by senators will be particular time allocated for it, and between 5 to 6 p.m. we'll be having closing statement of the county assembly, allocated about an hour, as well as a further allocated on behalf of the deputy governor before the House then again to determine if the grounds for impeachment have been met when the county Kisii did impeach their deputy governor. Remember, members of the county assembly voted to impeach Honorable Dr. Robert Mwonda. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast. Enjoy your view.
Communication from the chair. Order number 2, on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Robert, the Governor of Kisii County.
Very well. I think the defense is supposed to be calling a number of witnesses.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
And witness?
The Deputy Governor, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senior Counsel, you have 1 hour, 45 minutes. And I think that's the total for your examination, cross-examination, and re-examination, I will presume, for the one witness.
For the one witness?
Yes. Okay. Senior Counsel, I'm being advised you had already consumed your time with the previous witness. Therefore, I'm being advised 5 minutes to examine all your witnesses.
Mr. Speaker, sir, could I request then, for purposes of this witness, that I take 30 minutes, you designate a time for cross-examination so that I can be spared time for the next set of witnesses.
That's in order.
Cross-examination.
You've asked for 30 minutes?
Yes, for examination in chief. I think for cross-examination, it's or less.
Speaker, sir, I wish the sentiments from the adversarial party. He had no instructions to enter my appearance, equivalent of 1 hour to deal with the culprit.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my colleague was told that the use of the word culprit is unparliamentary. I don't know when using that word, and I ask for your protection for my client.
Senior Counsel, I think let's give you examine your witness. Cross-examination, I think what has been precedent this hearing is that you will get 15 minutes, but once we get to the cross-examination, at that time we will decide. So let us start with you, Senior Counsel, with your 30 minutes.
Sir, my colleague, Mr. Ndegwa, has repeated the use of the word culprit against my client. I insist this time.
Yes.
I don't know why my senior is having a misconception of a simple English word. It simply means a person in Oxford Dictionary.
but the truth. Could you tell the Senate what you do for a living?
Mr. Speaker, I am the current Deputy Governor of the Kisii County Government.
And are you a Christian, and of what denomination? A family man?
Mr. Speaker, I'm a Christian in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, 70-day worship on Saturdays, and I'm a church elder in years now.
Family? You're a family man?
I am with a wife, adult children, several grandchildren, Mr. Speaker.
Now, you are aware of
I have, Mr. Speaker, served as a member of Parliament in the Parliament of Kenya, the 10th Parliament, and Mr. Speaker, in the same Parliament committee, coming up with the Cancer Act and also several other amended and proposed. Mr. Speaker, I sat in the Committee of Agriculture, Liaison Committee, and also in the House Business Committee.
Thank you. Now, you know the Senate?
I am aware, Mr. Speaker.
Could you confirm that you are aware that the allegations are what you summarized at page 6, and which is what you pleaded not guilty when the charge of this session yesterday? Paragraph 6 at page E1, honorable members, it is in the Deputy Governor's bundle.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that I'm here. Reasons of impeachment on the said.
Okay. No. So for the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
In addition to that, you confirm that you were also notified against you, and those are allegations brought through a memorandum Nyakaga, and that you've referred to at paragraph 52, page E9.
Mr. Speaker.
Public participation.
Yes.
And you've summarized those allegations against you at paragraph 8 at page E8 to E9.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you maintain that all those allegations against you seeking your impeachment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, in support of your defense, the witnesses you've called?
Yes.
You're also relying on your affidavit, which you to the bundle and failed to the honorable members of the Senate.
Yes, Miss.
E16?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You're also relying on your personal statement that was at page 162 to 172?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You're also relying on and Misati at page 63 of Namuel Mwanga, Kennedy Kashapa, and Joseph Kwaro at
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Together with all the annexes and the documents you've supplied and the.
That is true, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, now did you listen to the testimony by Mr.
Yes, I did, Mr. Speaker.
And you recall that Mr. Misati explained that some 251,000 was given to you from his cooperative account. He referred to the M-Pesa accounts.
Yes.
You adopt that testimony?
I do adopt that testimony, Mr. Speaker.
Say how money was pulled from his wife Ann Misati and Dennis Misati and then passed on to your account, being a sum of 249,000. Do
Yes, I do.
Then the claim is that you received 800,000. Of those amounts come to 500,000. What is your position about the balance of the 300,000?
Mr. Speaker, the balance of 300,000 is understood to me, and I do not know.
Did you receive any 300,000 in cash at your office at the stadium?
No,
by
never.
Mr. Joseph.
No, Mr. Speaker, that has never happened.
Okay. Now, a few things, then we move on. Could you confirm that at paragraph 16 of your statement, you have explained the issue of your receipt of the explained? Paragraph 16, page
E5.
Yes, page E5. To page E6. You've explained the issue of the sum. 5 to E6, you've explained the issue of the 500,000?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The same way that Joseph missed.
That's true, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so let me ask you a different question then from which the testimony which you are. What was the money for?
The money, Mr. Speaker, that I got from was a refund of money that I had given him earlier.
And when did you give him that money?
I gave him the money October, November 2022.
And so before this Senate, your position is that you are getting a refund?
My position, Mr. Speaker.
And you have explained that in your affidavit?
That's what I've explained in my affidavit, Mr. Speaker.
But to 24, you've explained that it was a refund, isn't it?
That is it, Mr. Speaker.
You've explained the owner of the 500,000. Who was the owner of the 500,000?
The owner, Mr. Speaker, is Mr. Joseph Doyle Misati.
Doyle Misati. Did it belong to Dennis? Is there any sense in which you could say it?
I heard about this mention of Dennis, this impeachment motion, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, did you see any documents to suggest that indeed Dennis, this was money? Did you see any document or paper trail?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. I want us to move. You've made reference to the allegation that this story has been taken to EACC. You've seen that? That this allegation of you having received 500,000 or otherwise 800,000 to EACC, you've seen that?
Yes, I've seen that, Mr. Speaker.
What do you have to say about that allegation? Were you aware of EACC investigations?
I have not been aware, Mr. Speaker, until this mention in the...
And have you been summoned by EACC to account for this alleged 899,000?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You have not been summoned. At paragraph 27, paragraph 27, you said that Misati came with his 4 sons to your place, isn't it?
Yes.
At whose request was the visit?
It was a request by Mr. Misati.
It was a request from Mr. It was not you who summoned them as they
Summoned them.
Okay. And in that paragraph 27, you said Dennis and these 3 other stands from you and Mr. Misati, Mr. Joseph Misati, isn't it?
That's true.
Of how far apart you were.
Mr. Speaker, we were in 2 different houses that could be 20, 30 meters apart.
So, different houses and could be between 20 and 30 meters apart. The point at which you were in a congregation of yourself, just together.
Together, when they entered we sat in the main house, and when they were served with tea, then we...
When, in the course of the visit, was there any point at which you were all together talking, discussing anything? At no point. And both Mr. Dennis Misati and Mr. Joseph Misati confirmed that. Okay. Now I'd like us to move on to paragraph 29 and paragraph 30. What is raised by Dennis that this money was a bribe?
Sorry?
At paragraph 20, Dennis Misati says that this money was a bribe. What do you, and later on said it is a facility to that allegation?
Mr. Speaker, the two allegations are no thing to me. I do not approve of it. I do not accept it.
Did you receive Dennis or his father or both of them?
Mr. Speaker, I have not received a bribe from my friend Joseph Misati and Dennis.
Nor both of them jointly?
Nor both of them, of course, jointly.
Okay. You can imagine the county to deal with you on what you said at paragraph 28 and that for paragraph 28 and 31. At that paragraph 28, Mr. Misati mentioned to you that his son had applied for a job.
That is true, Mr. Speaker.
He mentioned that to you. Paragraph 28 at page E6, honorable members in the DG's bundle. There was a conversation on that. Who initiated that conversation?
Mr. Speaker, this by Mr. Misati.
And what was he saying?
He told me he has a job coming up.
Okay. And
in a Wasco.
Okay. And did you promise him that you'd get him the job?
No, I didn't promise.
What did you tell him?
I told him, let him make whoever the son is to apply, the right process be followed.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Now, in the Hansard, page 189 to 190, the long cross-examination from my colleagues on page 189 of the county government bundle for answered of the events of the 29th, isn't it? I would like you the two last sentences at paragraph 190 of what you said you did Wahito, the CEO of Quasco.
Mr. Speaker, and I read.
Just read the whole paragraph.
Mr. Speaker,
You read from the last sentence 9 into the first paragraph at page 190. Please read.
Mr. Speaker, I read, like any speaker, this request came to me. Everyone, honorable members, in Wasco would work under like any staff who work under the governor's office, where I'm also the deputy to the governor. And indicated to Lucy, asking her if they had such kind of jobs, and her friend is making a request that he gets his son a job, like here would do. And she told me, let us wait for the process. He qualifies, we shall not deny him the job and the discussion and the.
And apart from having mentioned to Lucy at this point in time, did you make any follow-up on it? And Lucy said you summoned her to your office on 4th of May. What do you have to say?
I'm saying no, Mr. Speaker, I've not summoned Lucy to my office.
You've never,
I have not.
You did not summon her on this. Okay, she said also in her statement, what did she say in her original statement which you encountered at the county assembly? Told you after receiving the sum of 100,000?
Can you come again?
So when you went to the county assembly to defend yourself, recorded a statement, isn't it?
Yes.
In that statement, she said she had called you after receiving 100,000. Okay, I want you to go to a specific point at which she talks about the purpose of the money. What did she say was your reaction to that issue?
Mr. Speaker, she states verbatim, on the morning of 29th May 2023, I called the Deputy Governor and the money was.
Which paragraph is that again? Just tell them.
On page E7, paragraph 38, Honorable.
The Deputy Governor's bundle, sorry. So you've quoted verbatim what she says, and she said, in the morning of 29th, I called the Deputy Governor, but he kept quiet, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That was her original statement. Then she wrote another and said that you told her that the money was in respect to the request for a job for Dennis.
I remember, Mr. Speaker.
Do you agree with what she said in the affidavit?
I do not agree with that statement in that.
Okay. And do you agree with what she said in the statement of 8th of February saying you kept quiet?
Mr. Speaker, I also don't agree that I kept quiet.
And what do you have to say? Do you remember that conversation occurring? And what did you say?
I told her that that money was mistakenly to a number.
Okay.
And asked her if she can send the money back.
Okay. And so then I would like us to move on then. So you told her it was an error. It was sent to her by error.
Yes, Mr.
It was
Speaker.
meant for?
The same money was intended to another person, Gladys Aminga, who does business and had given her an assignment to deliver building materials, and I was paying for the same recipient, Mr. Speaker.
Now, then there is the story try to refer the remittance. What do you have to say about that? To make the to reverse the remittance.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to in IT. I tried to do the reversal. I didn't manage, and I do not get manage, and therefore I stopped it at that as I waited for the Lucy Waitho to return.
And did you eventually get the return of the money?
Sorry?
Did you get the money returned?
Speaker, the money was returned to me.
On which date?
On the 30th, 2023.
Okay. And did you make any payments to Lucy Wahito? Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Once I realized that I made a mistake and sent the money to a wrong recipient, immediately remitted the money. Gladys Aminga needed that morning to deliver the materials we had.
And you've explained those payments of your affidavit, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, could you of the remittances to Gladys Aminga are in your M-Pesa statement at page 89 to 104, at particularly paragraph 99 and 97. The sum of 100,000 plus 40,000 in the Deputy Governor's bundle again.
Which page?
Page, or rather, yes. Page 99 and page 97.
This pamphlet I have here is not.
I will use my bundle. At page 99, is it true that you sent 100,000 to Lucy to Minga at 8:03 on the 31st of May? Sorry, 40,000.
I sent 40,000 as a second installment, Mr. Speaker.
100,000 was paid on which date?
I paid the 100,000 on the 29th of 17 a.m. in the morning.
You're referring to page 99, isn't it?
That's page.
Another payment which is captured at page 97 of how much?
Mr. Speaker, I made another remittance of 65,000 on the June at 13:21.
And all these payments were?
These payments, Mr. Speaker, were for the consignment of materials that I wanted transported.
Okay. Now, what was you say you erroneously sent this money to Lucy Gladys?
Mr. Speaker, as I was picking the number to, I erroneously picked the one for Gladys instead of Lucy. One for Lucy.
And why did you make that mistake? What could be the explanation for that mistake?
Mr. Speaker, the numbers in my phone.
Could we go to page 117B? Page 117B of the Deputy Governor's bundle. Could you confirm at page 117B? What is that at page 17B? Is that?
These are the contacts, Mr. Speaker.
This is your phone book on your phone?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
And could you confirm if the names of both Lucy and Gladys are there?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Could you of Lucy?
The name of Lucy is saved as CEO Wasco Lucy.
Of Gladys?
CEO Healthy Gladys Aminga.
How far apart are those two?
Neighbors, Mr. Speaker, to one another.
They're next to each other.
Yes.
And what do you have to say about the first two initials you've used to describe them?
Mr. Speaker, to put the government officers in the same identity for ease of reaching the, and so that is the way I'd identified them in my saving.
CO. What is the meaning of CO?
Chief Officer.
Chief Officer. And what do you have to say? The alphabet?
The alphabet, Mr. Speaker, after Wasco, that Wasco is followed by H, and so that is the reason why they are neighbors.
Okay, so your position is for Quasco in Lucy is followed alphabetically by health in the name of Gladys, and we resulted in the arrangement of the names. Now, I'd like us to move on to the issue of threats to Dennis Misati.
No, Mr. Speaker.
It is said that you sent the threat to his father. You tell Dennis's father to go and tell Mr. Dennis that you are going to do something against him?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You did not. Okay. And between yourself and Dennis at any point?
I've not had any conversation, Mr. Speaker, with Dennis. Never.
Okay. Now, to the issue of county staff, it is said that you have county staff at your premise.
True, I have county staff.
Are you entitled to those county staff from your understanding, HR manual at the county and SRC guidelines?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
How many people do you have?
What is my entitlement of 6 staff?
Yes.
Who one of them being my PA among the 6. And Mr. Speaker,
okay.
I also have enforcement officers to give security to.
Now, did you assign yourself those staff, both the enforcement officers?
Mr. Speaker, I was guided to provide names for personal staff,
yes,
which I did. The County Public Service Board, and they were recruited. For the enforcement officers, we were announced as winners. I found some officers at my gate. I've never known how they were sent there. I found myself comfortable that they are giving me the security I need.
You did not determine the people who came to you?
I have not determined the people numbers that should come, Mr. Speaker.
But for the 6, you suggested the names and the Public Service Commission.
It's true, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The issue of your brother, the arrest of your brother, did you the police effect the arrest?
Mr. Speaker, no.
And
I reported to the police and I left it at that. So yes. I arrested my brother.
And do you know where they were kept? Was it at the county cells or at the police cells?
I did not get to know.
And did you take out an OB for your complaint?
I did.
You have an OB?
Yes.
Okay. And do you... We'll leave it there. Now, it is said that you use the county staff to feed dogs, to dig a well, and to do farming. Let's start with farming. Do you recall that your brother, after testifying, when he was being re-examined, you know him is doing any farming?
Yes, that he did, Mr. Speaker.
And is it true that you're not doing any farming?
I do not do any kind of farming in my Kisii rural home.
But Mr. Brother Robin had said that you use them for farming and then came here and said there is no farming, isn't it?
Which I do not know how he will explain it.
Okay. The well?
The well, Mr. Speaker, well in my home since I became deputy governor. In 2003.
Okay. And dairy?
Any kind of livestock, be it a dog, cat, cattle, name them in that Kisii home, possibly elsewhere.
Okay. And dogs? They were saying that you have some staff serving as for dogs.
Mr. Speaker, if it were possible, I would have invited the house to visit our home together with my brother leading us to show us the details of what he has shown, if it were possible.
Senior Counsel.
Sir.
I will give you 2 more minutes to wind up.
Kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. Kindly.
I'll give you 3 minutes.
Okay, let me try. Now, Mr. Amonda, at paragraph 52 but at paragraph 48, 52, it is said that you should not hold office for various reasons. Let's read what he said at paragraph 48 and then probably respond to them as a bundle. 48, you say, so 48 is allegation that you are in one. Number 2, that you are responsible for an absorption of the budget. 3, that the budget was funded. That there is non-use of senior staff mortgage provision. 5, that there is use of personal purposes of for purposes of county functions, meetings, and files. 5, you're not working with other leaders in Kisii County and responsible for use of unofficial personnel in county matters. You've seen that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What do you have to say about those allegations? Of incompetence and abuse of office. Do you admit that?
Mr. Speaker, I deny that and I've abused my office.
You do not admit that?
I do not admit.
Okay, and what of the other issues? Budget absorption, budget change of mortgage, personal use of personal home, use of unofficial personnel, and not working with other leaders.
Speaker, as Deputy Governor, all that I do is to do what is delegated to me by law. And so this, I consider this, the rest of the allegations, rest with my CEO of the county, Mr. Speaker.
The chief executive of the county. It's not you who is to ensure use of staff mortgage and all those things.
Yes, so, Mr. Speaker.
And are they true?
I say yes, they are true.
They are true.
Yes, Mr.
But
Speaker.
your position is that you're not the one responsible.
I'm not the one responsible.
1 minute that I've been given 3 minutes. In the last 1 minute, I want you to go to the index of your at page B2. Could you tell this assembly so that they look at it when they go back? What have you availed to them at page 121I to?
So, Speaker, in page B2.
Okay, let me read you so that we save on time. Is it true that at page 121I to 142X, you have evidence from the controller of budget showing that the Kisii County has not absorbed its to office?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And what number have you been?
What number?
What position ranking of the absorption of budget?
In absorption of our budget, Mr. Speaker, we did in our first year in office, we did of our development budget. And in this current financial year,
yes,
we did in the first quarter, Mr. Speaker, the development budget. In a half year, Mr. Speaker, we have only managed up to December 3.9% to the Kisii County.
Senior Counsel.
I see you are starting to disobey me.
Senior Counsel, your time is up. Thank you.
Could you give me just 2 minutes, kindly, sir, please?
I'm really trying to manage time.
It's only. I will admonish my witness to just listen to me rather than strongly about
Just conclude in 1 minute, Senior Counsel. 1 minute.
So,
and no extension.
Sir, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. 142A to 142H, you have also a failed controller of budget report accumulated in Kisii County.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
At page 143 to 145, you have a failed correspondence partly by MCS complaining about the budget that was changed after it had been passed by the county assembly from the controller of budget.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. At page 155 to 157, you've got your document by the Council of Elders for Abakuzi complaining about the way funerals have been desegregated. Mr. Speaker. At page 145 to 154, you have a fail to this assembly by which the executive of the Kisii County have antagonized the other leaders. That is true, Mr. Speaker. I had the intention of playing video. I know you have been very patient with me, but let me just 1 more minute to just, okay.
Senior Counsel.
I will leave it there. You've been very kind to me. I know also my colleagues have not had an objection. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Governor. Mr. Speaker, sir, my client had said because of his age, he might want to sit alternate between.
That is okay. Sergeant at Arms, you can prepare for the Deputy Governor in case he needs to sit. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Good afternoon, His Excellency, the Deputy.
Good afternoon.
I hope you have been well represented in this proceeding, and that prior to you putting in your defense, you went through the motion of impeachment, yes? My assumption that you understood the allegations that are labeled as against you, yes?
Yes.
Among those allegations, of absorption of budget?
Yes.
Did you not?
Yes.
Please show us in the allegation, on the notice of motion, where there is an allegation of the...
I'm sorry on that.
Thank you, you have answered. Did you also see anything about the management of the county?
In the entire
Did you see the allegations about...
the entire motion, Mr. Speaker, I saw a report.
I am asking, did you see the question of the management of the county in the notice of
motion? No.
Did you not?
In the notice of motion, Mr. Speaker.
It was not there, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, whatever you have submitted to in respect of the absorption of the budget and funeral are not relevant to this trial, correct?
They are relevant, Mr. Speaker.
From the funeral that you are advised that you can extort people of Kisii County? Is it because of the wrangles in the funeral that you have conducted yourself in that manner? Is a yes or a no answer?
No.
Thank you. Let's go now to the issues of the evidence. I want you to have a look at, Honorable Senators, I'm referring to the first bundle, volume 1, of the county government assembly bundle of documents. Honorable Senators, I page 184 of the bundle, which bears Hanson's. Confirm that you have been good friends with Mr. Misati, yes?
Yes, we have.
You are a member of parliament at that particular time, used to exchange favors, correct?
Correct.
Still exchanging favors like looking for jobs, looking for votes, and even looking correct?
Correct.
And that is what you've pleaded under paragraph 13 of document, the document labeled as DG, the defense, at page 4.
I'll first check on that, what you are reading.
Paragraph 13 at page 4 of You confirm that you have perpetually been in the habit of giving each other favors, correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And therefore you stand with the paragraph C of your defense, and more particularly paragraph C, Roman 3, correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And therefore these favors also included issues of campaigns and searching for votes, correct?
Mr. Speaker.
And therefore you heard the witness who came before you when the question was put to him whether he has been involved in your campaigns, he answered. Correct or not correct?
That.
You heard the witness, yes?
Yes.
Put to him whether he is involved in your campaigns, correct?
In not giving.
Excuse me, Mr. Governor. Did you hear that question?
It was.
What was his answer?
He has not known how much money.
No, it's not about the money. It's about
what he said, Mr. Speaker.
You know, you'll not argue with me. You'll answer my questions.
I'm aware of that.
Did you hear to your witness whether he's involved in your campaigns?
Yes.
Did you hear him answering that he's never involved in your
But
Did you hear him or you never heard him, Mr. Governor?
Mr. Speaker, protection.
So 1 second, Senior Counsel.
That the witness is being practically denied a chance to answer.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The counsel for the witness. The witness was asked if he has used any funds. He has funded the campaign. He was not asked if he supported. Thank you very much.
Okay, Senator. Senior Counsel, what was your point of order?
My point of order is that the witness should be allowed to answer the question as opposed to being to answer in the words that my colleague wants. This Senate is interested. The witness should be allowed to answer the question. I am requesting that he be protected from harassment.
I'm well guided.
You're well guided.
Mr.
Thank
Speaker,
you.
sir.
Please proceed.
Kindly confirm the date which Mr. Misati visited you in your house, that the same had been triggered.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
And therefore that he had come to visit you in search of a favor for his son, correct?
That's incorrect.
Let us look at the Hansons. Honorable Senators, I'm referring to the appearing on the back of Volume 1 at page 189. Would you kindly look at the statement, kindly confirm that you appeared before you tendered your evidence, correct?
That's correct.
And therefore you are the one who made the averment where you begin by Mr. Speaker, just as a good friend, Mr. Joseph Misati, and I was made to know that there is an advert that has come up, and Mr. Misati as a friend could ask me that his son has also tendered his application.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, only that this is in
It is at that date that this favor...
This is in April and not in May when Mr. Misati came to my home.
It is on this date that the favor for a job, Mr. Misati in favor of his son, correct?
And I'm saying it is correct.
Is it correct?
Extent
question. Let's go to the next question. What did you...
Be just allowed to answer.
It's my witness, Mr. Counsel. It's my witness.
Senior Counsel, let's allow the Counsel to... and also, we are also time constrained, and I think he's trying to ensure that the witness sticks to the answers. Please proceed.
And which son was you referring to when you spoke about his son? You are the one who spoke about the son in the county assembly, correct?
That's correct.
Which son are you addressing?
The son is Dennis Misati.
Dennis Misati. Was he present that day? Dennis present that day when the favor was sought?
Mr. Speaker, I want your protection to put the statements clear because
I'm asking, was he
and they're wanting me to pick.
Was he present or he was not present?
To put
Okay,
the case
Deputy Governor, I will protect you. Council,
Yes,
go a little bit slow.
I will.
Same answer.
It's a simple question. This day,
Yes, Senator Edwin.
Chair, just to help the witness, he should be assured examination by his counsel, Katwa Kigen. Any explanations that he wants to give, he will have opportunity. At this point of cross-examination, and Senior Counsel Katwa, you really are doing us a disservice as a House by not there will be that opportunity. At this particular stage, the counsel for the Assembly is allowed to ask out stories, Mr. Speaker. So just guide them accordingly.
You will not allow you. Senator. Okay, Senator Onyonka.
I would like to make a plea to my colleagues here. This exercise is not a court of law. This is a quasi-judicial political exercise. It is important that the of Kisii listen to the questions because they can see the body language and they can see how the deputy governor is. But if you railroad him with so many questions and he's able to answer, somebody might think he actually doesn't know what he's doing here. Mr. Speaker, the way you've ruled, that, Mr. Speaker, you could even add him some more time so that he leads the reasonably with reasonable time so that everybody can get what the questions are. Thank you.
You have a point of order? Okay. Senator Robo, you have a point of order?
Yes.
I'm not going to take so many points of orders. This is the last point of order, and then we'll proceed. Senator.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because of time constraint and because there will be also opportunity to cross-reference, if we've given a set number of minutes, like 15 minutes to, then within that, if the question only requires yes or no, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, to be able to respond with yes or no, because this is presented so that he is able to take advantage of the time given. Thank you.
Deputy Governor, I would advise that you listen to the question and answer. If it is a yes or no answer required, just let the counsel proceed with his questions. And after the cross-examination, there's going to be a re-examination and your counsel. Can we proceed that way?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And counsel, take him slowly.
I will. Deputy Governor, confirm that you confirmed before the County Assembly as evidenced by the hand. You assured Mr. Misati that it was possible for you to assist his son get a job, as it appears in the Hansons. Yes?
Where is that?
The same paragraph I was reading. Full.
Mr. Speaker, just as a good friend, Mr. Joseph Misat, I was made to know that there is an advert that has come up in the Misati as a friend could ask me that his son has also tendered. Is it possible for him to be assisted to get a job?
What do you? Thank you. Who was to assist him? Who was to assist Mr. Misati's son, I beg your pardon, to get a job?
Myself.
Thank you. Him in any way?
No.
Let's look at the evidence again. Look at the subsequent paragraph where you are answering to Mr. Kato Kigen's case. Mr. Kato Kigen is asking you, and did you talk to Lucy about the request about your friend? Can you see that paragraph?
Yes, I see.
Read the subsequent one.
Quoting myself, like any other leader, Mr. Speaker, this request came to me. Everyone, honorable members, Lucy Nwasco would work under, like many shall who work under the governor's office, where I'm also the deputy. So I indicated to Lucy, asking her if they had such kind of jobs.
So to that extent, you made contacts with Lucy, confirming whether the job was available?
That I did.
Thank you. Did you have a look at Lucy's affidavit appearing? Appearing at page 263 of the bundle of document volume 1 by the council. Did you not? Page 263. 263. At that affidavit, Mr. Witness. Page 263 of the bundle.
Yes.
You confirm that you made contacts with Lucy, correct?
That I've said, yes.
And therefore the averments contained in the you had a discussion about it are correct, yes?
No.
To that extent, you made contacts with her in that respect, correct?
To that extent, yes.
Thank you. When did you 1,000 shillings to Mr. Misati?
In October.
Do you have the evidence that you advanced, or you only have the evidence of repayment?
No, I don't have.
What do you have? What do you have? The evidence of loaning or the evidence of repayment?
I have a Speaker.
And there is a glaring lack of evidence of you.
That's correct.
And you had Mr. that in terms of your financial status, you are doing badly, correct?
That's incorrect, Mr. Speaker.
Did you hear him state?
I heard him say that.
Trust is evidence anymore?
In this
to that extent.
In this particular instance, I do not, Mr. Speaker, that particular statement.
So are you disowning your witness?
No, I'm.
So what do you want the Senate to treat that piece of evidence to the
You want a yes or a no answer?
How do you want the Senate to treat that? And whom between you and your witness is lying?
None of us is lying, Mr. Speaker.
Yes?
Mr. Speaker, there is a general statement.
Mr. Witness, excuse me, Mr. Witness, I want you to take a deep breath and recollect yourself. Who between the two of you is lying? Your witness or yourself?
Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm trying to...
Go ahead. What is your answer?
Me.
What is your answer?
My friend, Mr. Misati, while standing here as a witness, problems of politicians, and he said most of them have challenges in terms of money. And at that point, he indicated maybe one of them.
So I'm asking, Who between the two answered the question?
Lying in what?
Mr. Misati alleges you're not doing well. Allege you are very well financially.
I've not said I'm doing very well financially.
Thank you.
I'm saying
Let us go
any
to
other politician
the question.
poorly as the others.
You have answered my question. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to refer the witness to the bundle of document held at page 111. It appears statement from Leah Nyachera Onsare.
Yes, I do.
Who is she?
She is my daughter.
Entry dated 18th of August 2023.
Yes.
What, in respect to these proceedings, is that entry, or does that entry?
It relates to a transaction between Mr. Misati and Leah Onsare. Yes.
And you heard Mr. Misati indicate to this as distinguished assembly that you're the one who requested the 200,000 shillings, correct?
Yes, I did.
You still claim to be doing well financially?
I'm saying yes, I did.
You still claim to be doing well financially?
Yes.
Counsel, your time is up. The 15 minutes are up.
Well, I'm well guided. We have had a lot of interruption, Mr. Speaker, sir.
We stopped your time during the interruptions.
At least, Mr. Speaker, sir, because these are very crux of the matter. We would better also sacrifice our other 15 minutes and deal with the witness. Because
can you give the counsel an opportunity to speak, please?
Because when you are dealing with our key witness, who was the county, the defense was given sufficient time to deal with that witness. At least 1 hour. Even if we not get more than 1 hour, at least we just get 1 hour for dealing with the key witness, because this is a key witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Counsel, I may not be able to give you 1 hour. So, request for something reasonable. How many minutes should I give you?
30 minutes, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll try to do within the 30 minutes.
No, we cannot. I have Senator Mugeni first on the list. And on this side, I have Senator. The only 2 points of orders I'll take so that we can move on. Senator Mugeni.
Yes. Because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, and we want to be seen to be fair to both parties. And since this is the star witness, is the one who is actually trying to defend himself, get an opportunity to interrogate all the issues and to also to give counsel enough time, that we allow him 45 minutes so that we don't, if somebody is reviewing our record, to have been favoring one side to the disadvantage of the other side, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you had made a ruling earlier on. Counsel for the County Assembly had requested to waive their cross-examination time. And I think you meant they have a right to waive. So if it is still their position that they can still waive cross-examining the rest, I think, so that that time can be added to the star witness of the defense, then I don't think there is no problem, because you had made a ruling. Then they can still make that application and continue to receive the time that was meant for cross-examination to witness, Mr. Speaker, because we really want to know what happened, Mr. Speaker. And I think that ruling you had made in the morning. I thank you.
Okay, I will points of orders, and this time I'll take ladies. Senator Crystal Asige.
So, Asige.
My apologies, Senator Crystal.
Apology accepted. Thank you very much, Speaker. I had one what Senator Cherargei said, that there was a ruling in the morning and we had all agreed amongst us that we would allow for the counsel to reserve his time, remove it from 2 witnesses that he said he would then instead on this star witness, Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. On this side, Senator Gloria.
Speaker, I am of the opinion that as much as I understand that the ruling was made earlier, Speaker, 2 points have been raised prior on issues of technicalities, even from the County Assembly, Speaker. And when we Senate and we give our final decision, Mr. Speaker, it's imperative that we ensure giving someone the basis to go to court and say that the procedures were not followed well, or that people for the County Assembly side were under duress to waive away their 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker. We were here yesterday till midnight, and 15 minutes will be the difference between someone going to court to say that we did not follow the procedure. Mr. Speaker, just allow the amount of time that they require, and I believe they're only asking for 15 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. Counsel?
Yes,
having
Mr. Speaker,
been
sir.
reminded that you had waived your time witnesses previously, I'm being informed you do have a balance of 15 minutes. You had already other 15 minutes. So I will give you a further 15 minutes to see if you can your questioning.
We are most humbled, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Witness, where did you meet Madam Lucy Wahito? Did you call her to your office? Did you use your phone? How did you meet?
Mr. Speaker, I met Lucy Wahito at the stadium where officers.
So it was correct when she informed the Senate that she met you or you summoned her to your office, correct?
Mr. Speaker,
you called her to your
a
office.
casual meeting out there. The governor had a different function, and I met her in that function.
Did you look at the pleadings of Lucy Wahito appearing at page 2, affidavit in the bundle of document, volume 1? Did you see that averment, paragraph 13?
Which one?
Did you see paragraph 13?
We are trying to look at it.
Of the affidavit.
Which page is that?
Page 263.
Paragraph?
13. Sorry, paragraph 5. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Did you see
the number 5? Yes, I can't read the number, but I can see the.
Yes, are those averments correct? That the commercial manager was to take place in April, correct?
Yes, it is correct.
And that is the same time that you met boys at your house, correct?
No, Mr. Speaker.
I'm asking, in April is the same time you met them, correct?
That's in.
Which month did you meet them in your house?
Was in May 28th.
May 28th. Let's go to the May 28th. That's there. Would you recall the events of May 28th?
Events of the whole day or events of that visit?
The events that relates to these proceedings.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there was a visit by to my home.
How many sons were in the company of Mr. Misati?
4.
4 of them. Had you previously met Mr. Misati? Previously?
Not once. We met separately.
Was it every time casual or usual voice?
Not for Mr.
Thank you.
Speaker. They come sometimes too.
You have answered the question. So what was so meeting for the 28th of May that he'd be accompanied by his sons?
Nothing unique according to me, Mr. Speaker.
That he was to be accompanied by his son at the time he was paying you a visit?
No, Mr. Speaker.
And prior to this meeting, had you met that before?
No, Mr. Speaker.
And you say that you've been having a very friendship with the family, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
And for 32 years, you've never met. You do not know him, you've never met him, you are friends with the father, and you do not know his.
That's incorrect, Mr. Speaker.
So you therefore know Dennis, correct?
Mr. Speaker, allow me explain.
I'm asking you to answer the question. Is it normal for a family friend who has been friends with a family for that year?
I'm explaining, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Misata heard in this house in the morning that one of his sons lived 30. Therefore,
I discount, Mr. Speaker. Listen to the question.
When
Mr. Witness, you're wasting my time. Listen. I want to discount the last 13 years of his life. Do not speak to the last 15 years up May. Had you met Dennis before the 13 years?
No.
You have
never.
And you are good friends with the father?
Yes.
32 years?
Yes.
Has he met your children?
Yes.
Have they grown up together?
Together in to what extent?
Yes.
Yeah, they know each other.
They know each other?
Yes.
It's only you, the father, a good father, met Mr. Misati's
some
children.
Of our children met, some have not met, and I cannot speak that we are
a witness
without the children.
I put it to you that you are lying, that you have never met Mr. Dennis Misati. Did you listen to the testimony by the father?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear that the father confirmed that children knows you very well?
Yes, that is said.
So whom between the two of you is lying now?
None of. Because if the children know...
It's okay, you have answered the question. I have not put a question to you. Honorable Senator, page 87 of the bundle of documents. That aspect, Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to correlate that annexure of with the part 20 of his affidavit. Mr. Witness, testimony that you received 249,000 from one. I'm putting a question to you. I've not asked you to read. 49,000 from Dennis Misati.
Yes.
Page 5 of his bundle of documents of the Deputy Governor's defense. Yes? And it is your varmints that he had received that money from.
Yes.
And that the 249 were meant to pay a debt that you had advanced to his father, correct? Had you previously, before this occasion, ever advanced money to Mr. Misati before?
We are in that kind of...
Had you advanced, yes or no?
Yes, I had.
Did you, how much had you if you may remember, before this occasion?
I can't give one
figure, approximately.
We have had exchanges of money, 100,000. Before
Thank you. You have answered. Now, during the repayment of that, did he pay you?
Yes.
Did you involve his children in the repayment?
No.
It's an answer. Did you involve his children?
No.
What was so unique with this debt that you had to involve Dennis? What was so unique with this debt?
I have not had an involvement of Dennis from my end.
No.
I received my money from Joseph Misati. How he transmits it to me?
It's okay.
Not.
You received money.
I received money from.
And it is your government, and you're trying to explain that the money was sent to Dennis. Is in your environment, correct or not correct, Mr. Witness?
That's correct. I got it from the parents. And
you got it from the parents?
Yes.
Because you have averred through your affidavit. You have averred through your affidavit.
Proceed.
You have averred through your affidavit that the money that Dennis received is his mother, correct?
That's correct.
I'm asking a simple question. Previously, you never involved Mr. of his debts to you, correct? Correct or not correct?
Incorrect.
You involved them previously?
I've not.
That Dennis was on this occasion involved in the repayment of the debt?
I've said severally that it is not in my Dennis be involved in the transaction of the money.
Thank you.
From his parents.
So did it ring bells to you that day? Has now been involved in the payment of 249?
No, I didn't find.
Did you ask Mr. Misati why the money is not the mother? Did you ask or you never asked?
No, I didn't ask.
Act with that money upon receipt. How did you transact upon the receipt of the 500,000 shillings? How did you transact? Did you send 100,000 shillings to Lucy?
Yes, that is true.
What time did you send him?
Where is that?
But let's go first of all to the time. Honorable Senators, we can go to page 99 of the Deputy Governor's Bundle of Defense. Here's the M-Pesa statement. That is labeled as DG, page 99 of the that is the M-Pesa statement. What time, how many did you receive from Dennis Misati?
Can we get right directions now?
I've led you, Mr. Governor, to page 99 and 100 of documents. Are you there?
Yes.
Can you see the first entry? Mr. Dennis appears.
Yes.
Can you see where he sent you 100?
Yes.
Which date was it?
It was on 28th of May at 20:33.
Confirm that he sent this money while he was at your house, correct?
Correct.
What time was it?
It was at night.
Did you need any cash money with that day?
Of course, I needed my money back.
I'm asking, not the money. Why you cash?
Yes, I wanted money in cash.
And whom did you tell that you wanted money in cash?
Joseph Misati.
Yes. And so Joseph Misati came before this house and testified that the reason why to Dennis was that he could go and withdraw the money, correct?
Correct.
Where was it withdraw the money? He withdraw the money
Where? Of
Yes.
course, in the M-Pesa shop.
Where exactly?
Keumbu.
Keumbu to your house, how many kilometers is it?
About 3.
About 3. Does Dennis have a car? Yes.
No, if he has, I don't know.
Did you hear his father testifying that they needed a young man?
That he said.
That he said, correct?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Misati even with his car?
Yes.
That day, correct?
Yes.
And so the money was sent to Dennis that he could and withdraw and bring you cash, correct?
That will be
correct or not correct?
It is functions official. There's nothing I can say on it at all. Honorable members, just to guide, there's so many clauses, is that the House has no amendments to those clauses. So they are being considered together, all of them, almost 20 of them, because the House has no amendments to them, so we are carrying them together the way they have been read. The Honorable Otiende.
Thank you, Chairman. With the difficulty you find yourself, because you are not the substantive speaker when the to respond, and it just adds to the litany of improprieties that we propagate as a House. Under Standing Order 130E, and I will read it, except as orders, the same rules of order and of debate for the conduct of business shall be observed in committee as in the House. Is that whether or not there's an amendment, we as members are entitled to be heard on. And on that account, I beg that I be heard on these matters.
Okay, and Honorable Tiende, you are spot on, and that's why where we've reached so far in the agreement of the whole, I should now give you a chance to speak on what you want to speak on among all those clauses I've read. If you remember, I've said I've proposed. So it's for you to consider those clauses by making comments on them. That is the stage we are at in the committee. And so the floor is open for any comments at this point.
Can I proceed now?
Is it a point of order or?
No. Now on contribution as guided by you.
Correct, you go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, all these clauses as properly read by you, they are irregular, they are for rejection in totality. I heard say that the National Assembly has become a house of base, the Senate has become a house of if that is so, at this stage, we now must be at the alto stage, because clearly it is the same. Mr. Speaker, in fairness to Senate, at least they considered some amendments and endeavored slightly to try and improve one or two things, but they have still overall failed miserably. The fact that even the Senate amendments are not being considered properly by this House shows that those who are propagating this whole idea are only interested in the funds, not in the why, not how. Mr. Chairman, I want to say that the technical issues we raised on this, the legal issues we raised, the policy issues still remain. They remain untouched. And to that extent, it does not improve the original bill, and they are all for rejection. Let me just give one example. You see, when we raise the question of how the affordable housing relates to the counties, in this House, at least in the Senate, they have endeavored to introduce a clause, clause 31A, in which they are introducing what Affordable Housing Committee. But that committee, they then prescribe who's to be in it. One, if we agree that affordable housing generally is a mandate for the counties, then why are we prescribing and legislating how to execute their mandate? It means we are reprobating from the Constitution. Two, to a committee which then is subordinate and answerable to the National Housing Board, have the mandate of the county and place it at the national level.
So 29th, yes.
You sent, had you noticed you had made an error?
I did not.
When you are sending 10,000 shillings to Wilfred, an error?
No.
When you made an error, when did you realize you've made an error? After receiving a call from Lucy or your own volition?
It was
after you received a call, correct?
Yes.
But on the same date, at 9, sent 100,000 shillings to Gladys Amiga, correct?
Correct.
Had Lucy made the...
Yes.
Do you know what time Lucy made the call to you?
I can't recall the exact here was to the effect that she called at 8 while in Kisumu.
So at this time, you had tried to make a... When did you make the attempts to reverse the money?
When I talked to Gladys is when I was
at 9, correct?
Yes.
Show us in your M-Pesa statement where the attempts to reverse the money has been.
I failed. I didn't make
Excuse me.
Attempt.
Excuse me.
It is not a capture.
Yes, we understand that when you fail to reverse, you are given an M-Pesa statement or position.
That's what I'm
Excuse me. Let me put.
Can you allow him to answer? And that should be your final question, please.
Proceed. It is your statement that you claim to have tried and it was not.
Yes, that I made it clear here in this house.
Which USDD codes did you use?
Said I'm not an expert in IT, Madam Speaker, and therefore I was trying something I'd not done before.
Which procedure?
I was trying to get somebody to assist me.
Who is that you tried to get?
The people who are in my compound there. I didn't get one
okay,
who could...
We understand. You may name one person that you attempted to initiate.
My wife.
Your wife?
Yes.
Is she conversant with the reversals?
That is where we got a challenge. She's not.
She's equally not. Mr. Budgetary, confirm that you are a real doctor and not an imposter.
Yes? Madam Speaker,
you don't understand small
instructions. Matters on the subject we are discussing. About my education, it is not a matter in
correct? You are well educated, no doubts, correct?
Madam Speaker, I would like to protest at the disrespect.
Council Keegan, you
Yes.
can resume your seat for now. Council Degwa is up, actually. We have indulged and overindulged on the cross-examination.
If you indulge me, I'll only ask one question and I'll be done.
No.
Only one question about the phone book and how the mistake is alleged to have occurred, and I'll be done.
There was cross-examination on that issue of the phone book.
We have not examined on it.
So, Council, ask the final question and don't ask another question.
I'm well guided, Madam Speaker. Mr. Witness, let's go to page 1. a bundle of documents, the volume from the Deputy Governor. We confirm this, confirm that these are an extract from which source?
From my phone, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Who extracted it for you?
I was assisted by somebody technical.
Somebody technical?
Yes.
When were you assisted?
When I was providing the evidence here.
Was this a document that directly downloaded it from your phone?
It was done from my phone.
It was typed, correct?
Not typed.
Yes. It's done. Does that document bear a date?
It doesn't.
Showing the source of the document?
Print. No, except for
the names, correct?
Yes.
I put it to you that you are the one who did this to try and choreograph your story.
The one.
Finally, when did Lucy return the money to you?
Thank you, Council. That marks the explanation. This is now time for re-exam.
We had sacrificed, because at least there's something that has not yet come out. Gladys is alleged to have received money. Of Gladys. If you could just give us 5 more minutes and we can subtract from the balance of the witnesses that we have so that we deal with. This is a very crucial witness. Remember, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we sat through cross-examination of our key witness without interruption, but I'm happy by the magnanimous of the Assembly. Only 5 minutes. Invite my friend, Mr. Mutuma, to conclude.
Council, this is a time.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And you have been indulged over 5 times on your request for time. Frequent requests may not now be merging in with the time schedule that we have to complete the whole.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I will now allow the re-exam by the Council.
I am well guided.
What is your point?
Much, Madam Speaker. I think if I had the Council clearly to sacrifice more minutes from the other witness, and if they think this is what is, Madam Speaker, we would want to hear them. And also I would want to remind the House, if we are time-bound, thinking and knowing that also the assemblies are time-bound, if you know what I mean.
Senator, you have a point of order?
Madam Speaker, I also want to request you, because, Madam Speaker, if the Council for the County Assembly is ready and willing to surrender time, and Madam Speaker, they are saying that they have a critical area of their evidence to cross this witness. Madam Speaker, I don't want the House to be accused. I know we don't have time, but it will be a big issue that they never got a time to finalize a small area within only 3. Speaker, I plead that you consider your ruling. I want to support what Senator Kiambu is proposing. Fair for this House.
Because the issue is the more intervention from Senator Enoch, and then I will make a ruling.
Madam Speaker, it is the same plea.
listening to the council for the assembly, they are not asking to spend more time than they have. They're just asking to spend their time differently. The witness here say it's the way he manages his finances. So they just want to manage their time. Madam Speaker.
In view of the mood in the House and the fact that you will just take from another witness, I want you now to make a proposition on how many minutes you want to take from your other witnesses, and then we to finalize.
Madam Speaker, you only take 6 minutes.
6 minutes, and Secretary with the 6 minutes from their other time schedule. Before you proceed on, Senator Methu, and in under half a minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll take a very little time of procedure. It is fair that the Council would let us know which of the witnesses they are taking the minutes. We know specifically from whom they are taking the minutes from, so that we don't get the witness and then they backtrack donated.
Senator Methu, to array your fears, I will ensure that we take out of their witnesses. We could even proceed from 3 minutes from each of the witnesses. He's taking 6 minutes and begin timing, and it will be strict.
Thank you.
Council
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Refund the money to you.
Lucy refunded the money of May, Madam Speaker.
From the 29th up to the 30th, did you try to call her to ask why she has not?
Madam Speaker, I talked to Lucy and she told me she was at the airport in Nairobi landing.
Did you speak to her?
I talked to Lucy.
Which date?
On the 29th.
On the 29th?
Yes.
Yes. Was refunded on?
The 30th, the next day.
I yield the witness to Mr. Mutuma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Deputy Governor of Kisii.
Good afternoon.
I have 2 or 3 questions on one line of questioning. That the money you sent to Lucy was meant to be paid to one Gladys. And that is Gladys Aminga, right?
Right.
You have also indicated that it was meant for transfer that
yes,
she had done for you.
Work that was ongoing.
Work that
Madam
was
Speaker.
ongoing. Yes. Got to mention that the reality, of course, that Gladys Aminga is also a chief of the government of Kisii.
That is true.
You left that out. Is it that you forgot or you conveniently left that out?
I did not forget, nor intentionally. Gladys Aminga was doing business as a person, and therefore she gave me a transport. I wasn't paying the government.
These were in business, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And have you had the opportunity to Gladys wrote when you first dragged her name in the county assembly? Honorable Senators, I'm referring of the DG's response. Have you had the occasion to look at that statement? Volume 1, sorry. It's at volume 1, page 315. This is quite crucial, Honorable Senators. You have the statement with you? Do you have the statement with you?
I have. Speaker.
Thank you. Gladys says that on 28th of January 2022, request for her nephew to be granted a tender to supply non-pharmaceutical. Can you confirm that?
I cannot confirm that, Madam Speaker.
You cannot confirm that? To say that you called and forced her
to grant the tender, and the tenders are cited 317.
Madam Speaker, I request that we are taken through that affirmation.
At page 317 from page 315. Specifically, do you know one Mogengo? Is that your nephew? Or the nephew to your wife?
I do not know that name.
You do not know that name? You know a company called Bisfarm?
I do not know the company named Bisfarm in this.
Gladys states that you influenced the issuance of this tender and to give her an opportunity to supply you with building materials.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking that particular line where I'm being led.
All right, can you read paragraph 15, the paragraph that begins, I became the chief officer. Honorable Senator of the County Assembly's response. Page 315, confirm at the top, the person who swears that statement is Gladys Aminga.
Yeah, the name is Gladys.
That 0727455843 is the same number you sent money to. That number appears at the top, correct?
Let me refer.
That is the same number, correct? That is the same number, correct?
Yes, that's the same number.
Confirm that the designation of this department is Chief Officer, Medical Services, Public and Sanitation, Kisii County Government, correct? The statement, correct?
Correct.
Can you read for us the paragraph? I became the chief officer on 28th of January.
I became the chief officer on 28th January 2020, being competitively recruited.
Thank you.
By the
Jump to the next
service.
316, begin with today, 29th February 2024.
Day 29th February, defending himself in the impeachment motion, mentioned my name by stating that he sent me money through M-Pesa in the month of May 2023. I wish to read as follows.
Proceed. Proceed, kindly.
What's this?
In the month
2023, the deputy governor's wife, Joyce Monda.
Is that your wife? Confirmed for record purposes, Joyce Monda?
Monda.
But Monda is yourself, right? So it is correct if she is referred to as Joyce Monda.
Monda is my surname.
Proceed.
Who is known to me, called me and asked me to assist her nephew who had 2 companies in the supply of medical drugs and non-pharmaceuticals.
Council, you know your time is up.
Yes.
The nephew by the name Musiemo Mogengo. Where do I stop?
I think you can stop there because the statement is clear. And that allegation is that the amount of 100,000 you're paying to Gladys was as a result of you allowing her to work for you in exchange that she had granted to the nephew to your wife. What do you have to say to that?
Madam Speaker, I deny having position.
Mr. Deputy Governor, Doctor, you were supplied with these documents in advance, correct?
No, Madam Speaker, these documents...
These are parts of the documents that the County Assembly supplied you with, correct?
No, Madam Speaker.
Your council does not have a copy of these documents. Because we know it is true and your counsel will respond. Have you made any attempts to respond to that statement? You have not. You have not challenged that allegation that you.
You want me to respond?
Yes, proceed.
Counsel, your time is now.
Speaker, she's giving direction.
Give your final answer.
Madam Speaker, on the date this is being made, this the day I was undergoing the impeachment.
The question
on
was
the floor of the House.
The question was.
And it is referring to that impeachment. I had mentioned her name.
The question is, the question, have you responded to that allegation that you had knowledge of?
Counsel, can you let him answer?
Thank you. Speaker, to answer the right question, whether he has responded to these allegations, because he had knowledge of them. Kindly answer that.
Madam Speaker,
have you responded? It's a yes or no?
No.
So Lucy was not the only person working with the county that you sought to influence. You've been county officers as well. That is all for this witness. Thank you.
How much time do you need for re-exam?
Could I request for 15 minutes?
It's 10 minutes.
Okay,
Counsel.
I'll try, Madam Speaker.
10 minutes.
Yes. I would issue of Gladys Aminga. I'd like to ask you is the question of whether or not you've responded. When were these documents served? Were they from Gladys Aminga? Was it part of the documents you were served with at the point of your appearance at the county?
No, Madam Speaker.
And they were served, this motion was presented to the Senate, isn't it?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And have you had an opportunity where you could have filed a response to that statement?
There has not been any opportunity, Madam.
Now, I would like us to discuss the contents of that statement. My colleague repeatedly, it is true that you forced Gladys Aminga to give a tender. And the first thing I would like you to confirm, this person mentioned in this statement. Osiemo Bernard Mogengo. Do you know him?
I do not know him, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
He's referred to my wife. Do you know that relationship? Are you aware of that relationship?
Madam Speaker, if she's well, my wife has not brought him to me for introduction, so I do not know.
You've been asked also whether you know some two companies associated with that Osiemo Bernard, namely Peace Farm and Mob. The two companies?
No, Madam Speaker.
Now, you went through the statement on what he was referring to. Did you see anywhere where it is said that you forced her to give any tenders to anybody?
Madam Speaker.
Now, it is said that the payment was in consideration of having given out tenders. You remember that allegation? Now, you recall the question being put to you that it is alleged that you money because you had influenced some tenders. You remember that?
Yes, that was the question.
Now, is 100,000?
Madam Speaker, the 100,000 was part payment to transport services that I got from one Gladys Aminga for construction materials.
I would like us to read what Gladys says and confirm whether she confirms that the payment.
Gladys, he paid me through M-Pesa for the supply of sand and ballast. I have seen a mistake in giving the LPOs and I have never repeated. That is all I wish to state. That is Gladys Aminga.
And so Gladys Aminga very explicitly explains that the payment 100,000 was a payment for services of transport and supply of sand and ballast.
True.
And that's what you are paying for yourself?
That's what I was paying for.
Does Aminga, to the best of your knowledge, say anyone told her to give tenders to anybody?
Nowhere she said that.
Yeah, okay. Move on to a different issue. You've been asked whether you confirmed that indeed you had a conversation with Lucy about the by Dennis Misato. You remember that?
Yes, I remember.
And you said you mentioned it to Lucy.
I did mention.
Okay. Now, when you say when you were taken then to the affidavit of Lucy, with the way Lucy has explained about that issue of how you met. More specifically, did you summon her?
No, Madam Speaker, I have not summoned Lucy kind of discussion.
For emphasis, in what circumstances did you meet Lucy at which you mentioned this issue?
I met a function we had with the governor in the stadium where our officers are, and I mentioned this position by my friend, Misati.
Okay, then it is said that you do not have funds, you are a pauper, and what do you have to say about that?
Poverty, Madam Speaker, is relative. It depends on who is suffering that. It could be I'm a pauper. In my own eyes, I'm an honorable deputy.
Let's talk about more in terms of your circumstances. Are you able to earn liabilities and obligations?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
You are able to meet your obligations?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Are you struggling?
I'm not struggling.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Joseph said that you are struggling, was that a communication you had passed on to him? Had you told him that or how did that come up?
It's not my position. Mr. Misati made a general statement about his understanding. Those of us, yes, of those of us who are politicians.
Okay. About whether or not you've involved children in repayment of your debts in the previous Mr. Joseph Misati. And my question is, on this day, did you know that Mr. Misati?
No, I didn't know.
You didn't know. And agree with Mr. Misati how the children would be involved in him refunding the money you had lent him in November 20.
No, Madam Speaker.
Whose decision and judgment was it on how he wanted it to you?
It was Mr. Misati's.
It was Mr. Misati who chose how he wanted to send you.
Misati.
I would like us to look at the Hansard, page 191, whether you slept after sending the money, page 191 of the Hansard. Now, it is to Lucy you slept, isn't it? And that's what you said at the county assembly, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I want us to confirm the answer. On that evening, I had to pay a debt of the transport I had used materials to my home to one Gladys Aminga, who does transport business. So I was due to give her Kenya shillings 100,000. Honestly picked the wrong number and sent 100,000, then slept without knowing the recipient is a different person. Mr. Speaker, my breakfast, I received a call from Lucy informing me that I had sent 100,000. You can see that. Now, does that statement say you slept immediately or that you generally slept that night?
I generally slept without noticing that error.
Is that at a certain point in that night you slept, but not necessarily immediately after sending the money?
That's the position, Madam Speaker.
Statement then to the county assembly captured in that Hansard is not in any way inconsistent that you sent some money 2 hours after you had sent to Lucy.
That is true.
It's
Madam
not
Speaker.
inconsistent.
Yes.
Lastly, just for emphasis, or rather two questions. Had Mr. Joseph Misati previously?
Yes, some of his boys, not all of them.
Not, but from time to time, yes.
That is true.
And so this visit, was it unusual in any way?
It was not unusual, Madam Speaker.
Both you and coming with these boys?
Yes.
Okay. Did you at any point pressurize Lucy that you needed a job for your
No, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I would like to leave my re-examination there.
Is that all for this witness? We'll now proceed on. Can senators to raise their interventions or clarifications that members may have. The board with over 15 senators who are interested in asking clarifications. I want to propose that we take four on the other side. So let's Joe Nyoto, Senator Joe Nyoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I just want very short clarifications from the witness, and the first one is from the evidence of the friend. Misati went to the DG's led by his sons for that meeting where they had a separate meeting between him and Joseph Misati. With the clarification I'm seeking is, why would the sons accompany the father to a meeting with a friend to discuss to the employment of Dennis Misati? That is one. Number two, when the witness sent 100,000 Kenya shillings to the MD of Waso, And he says in his statement that this was supposed to be sent to another lady who is a CEO within Kisii County government. It took 2 days. Would the witness clarify? Because the usual money through M-Pesa is once you send an amount of money, then you will receive a message detailing whom you have sent it to. Is the witness, when he alleges that he did not discover immediately that he had sent the money to the, and even if he did, he alleges that he was not, he did not have the technique to reverse the transaction. But ideally, Madam Speaker, one, the person to whom you have sent the money erroneously and request them, especially because this somebody requested them to send the money back to you, which did not happen the following day when the MD called the witness herself.
Thank you, Senator Newton. Allow the witness.
Mr. Misati Joseph came with his 4 sons, and at my age and his age, we thought, and it's normally the practice, leave the children aside and do business of your own. I did not have any to accommodate the children in the discussions we held with Mr. Misati. When, question 2, when we to Lucy, the MD Wasco, indicated that I slept without noticing the error. The next morning, Lucy and told me about this money. I asked her to send back the money. Already at the airport trying to fly out to Nairobi from Kisumu. And Madam Speaker, she asked me to reverse, which I've already indicated I didn't have that technique as that's been indicated. Madam Speaker, she reached Nairobi. I talked to her, and she told me she was entering a cruise later. On the issue of reversing the money, I came to learn when I received these statements in this impeachment that it could, that Lucy, having received the 100,000 from me, after spent 5,000, and therefore it did not remain, and I will refer the Honorable Senator has received the 100,000, and immediately after has drawn or paid out using the money from the 100,000. I'm guided that if I tried, even if I would have tried, I'm guided by those that with less money than what I would have tried to reverse, the reverse would have not been possible. My response, Madam Speaker.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Madam Speaker, allow me to engage the witness. Briefly, within 2 minutes, I'm done. His Excellency DG, what is the official title of one Lucy Waito?
Official title is CEO.
CEO.
Some people exchange it with MD.
What is the official title? She has a letter of appointment. What is she? Is she a CEO?
No,
Is she
that
a
one
CEO?
I cannot take a position on which title
you
she
can't.
holds.
You can't. So, but saved her as what? Chief officer?
I've saved her as CEO.
Chief officer.
Yes.
And you're saying Lucy and Gladys Amiga.
Yes.
In the typing for either Lucy or Guasco, whatever it is, and type for the name to pop up. What is the connection? In the keyboard of your phone, because they are all the same, what is the alphabet of either of those names?
When you look at what we have attached, Lucy and Gladys are next to each other.
Type. You have to type the name for the name to pop up.
I've indicated, Madam Speaker, earlier that I have tried to save staff of the county under an easier way of accessing them. My own way of easily accessing the officers of the county.
Madam Speaker, if you're from Kisii County, there are very many different ways of doing things. Now, this one has a different way of typing keyboard, which is standard. It's a standard keyboard. When you type GW, what's the connection between GWA and GLA? There can never be any connection.
I've indicated, Madam, way of CEO would bring all the officers.
I will
Then
rest my
the
case
rest
there.
of the names will follow.
The next, so that we save on time.
That should be
The last question, yes. Yeah. The last question. Erroneously, as you say, sent money to Lucy. Realize that you have sent money until the following morning, which is questionable. But that's called by Lucy and she says, what did you send this money to me for? So at least shillings that you send to Lucy, which is your money.
True.
But you go to the bank, 130,000 shillings to send to some other people, and yet you have your Lucy, which you can access and use for the same purposes. You are saying you're not tech savvy, but you're able to withdraw money from the bank. You're not able to reverse money. Are you being selective in your tech savviness?
Madam Speaker, I'm not being selective. My statement correctly. The money I sent to Lucy was in my M-Pesa, and the money Lucy told me I have sent her money was still in the same M-Pesa, so I didn't hold money. I had some money.
The money is not in your M-Pesa now, it is in Lucy's phone. It's not in your M-Pesa anymore. You have sent already.
I had more enough to send another 100,000. I didn't send 130,000 to Gladys. It's 100,000 to Gladys. I discovered Lucy had taken 100 that she had not refunded or returned.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gloria Oruoba. In under 1 minute, reduce our questions to only 2. It will help because there are very many senators who are interested in clarifying.
We have 2 questions. Speaker, on the first one, when Joseph Misati was here and his relationship with you on a business level, he said at one point that you had an M-Pesa shop. I wanted you to clarify, have you at any one point had an M-Pesa shop? And if so, would that not know how to operate M-Pesa, particularly reversals? Then my Second question is that on the Assembly bundle, page 283 and 287, it stated that the Deputy Governor was buying land at 500K per acre, which was negotiated down to help the children. But in the sales agreement, it is written that you are to pay 2.8 million by the end, which you clarified that you are not able to pay. And then after that, you actually paid 500,000 to Joseph. So the money, because those two are conflicting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Give quick,
Madam
short
Speaker,
answers.
Madam Speaker,
Can I guide the witness? If answers, it will help us to move faster. Don't give long narrative.
Madam Speaker, I've never owned an M-Pesa. What Mr. Misati Joseph averred to in his witness was his own business and not mine. Number two, as referred to a case that I've also seen in this house yesterday, an elder from Magenja Ward who was selling land that he had owned in Transmara, Naroko County. Speaker, she came to me and asked me if I can buy. When I attempted to follow up the documents, this same land had a lot of encumbrances. There were people on that land. I don't know whether I called. And he wanted me to go and use an auctioneer to remove those people. At that point, I said, I can't buy a case. I'm buying land, it's land, and no meeting with the people. And at that point, I said, we cancel this deal, Madam Speaker. That's where the story rests.
Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you. Mine is a follow-up question on the M-Pesa to Lucy. Madam Speaker, when he was giving his evidence, he said how to reverse the money, and he was looking for somebody to reverse the money for him. And I'm wondering, for 2-3 days, and he could not get anyone who could reverse that money. After Lucy had told him that the money was there, and after he had confirmed. Madam Speaker, this one of questions. And number two, he talked of not knowing the his and yet when his friend was giving evidence, he said that there is even a time he called him to go and school fees. Madam Speaker, I don't understand how I can be called by my best friend, fundraise for his son or his daughter, and I cannot be familiar with the same.
Witness, DG.
Madam Speaker, I've indicated that Lucy called me on the 29th, on the morning of 29th. And that is the time there was this conversation on the erroneous sending of money. She was on a transit. I called her later when I asked her to send me back the money. That is on the same day of the 29th of May. She sent me back the money the next day. So the issue of 3 days, Speaker, does not arise. It is the next day.
The issue of children.
Familiarity of children. Madam Speaker and honorable senators, the faces of people once well exposed to me. When I with my friend, I'm not fundraising with the children. It's the adults whom I fundraise with. To do these fundraisings, all of us, honorable leaders, honorable senators, with the village, the invited guests, and therefore we may have our children out there, wherever they may be, and I will want to still remain that I cannot identify all children of all my friends. It is not possible for anyone, and I will be lying if I said that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be precise with an eye of a military. Mr. Deputy Governor, can you table your evidence? Can you table a phone as part of the evidence now so that we can cross-check those Wahito and Aminga? Number one. Number two, what is your relationship with other leaders in Kisii? Three, who ensures that there is proper budgetary utilization of funds in Kisii? Finally, how do you feel that the father of Dennis, your brother testified against you, and how do you feel the father testified against the Speaker, so that we get the feeling that is happening? And finally, what is your relationship with the government? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, as I respond, I will request that where the Honorable Senator would remind me for table. I will request your directions, Madam. I'd left my phone with my security out here. If the Sergeant at Arms can phone for the view by the Honorable Senators. That's my request, Madam Speaker.
So he can just open the page where the list of names was downloaded.
I have no objection, Madam Speaker, if they can be doing that. My relationship with the Kisii politicians is the next question. And Madam Speaker, I'm a politician for some time now, and I can confidently say I have very good my colleagues, politicians in Kisii, and in circumstances where do not agree, we have sought to solve and make ourselves agree as politicians. I have answered that. I have a very good relationship with my colleague politicians across the on the issue of who ensures of the Kisii county's used, Madam Speaker, this here, Madam Speaker, I will say the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of the county, to ensure resources given by the government, the national government, the budget that you give us from is used effectively, Madam Speaker. And so that's my there is a CEO to ensure we spend our resources. On the issue of Joseph Misati and his son, then the situation of father and myself, this is very unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that one family will have, family members will have to move and come to solve their family disputes in the Senate. And I wanted to say here, Madam Speaker, I felt embarrassed that a member of the Parliament in this will find his way. That's myself. For some reason, find a reason to talk about family issues in the Senate. It is unfortunate, and I regret, Madam Speaker, for both Mr. Joseph Misati and his son, myself and my brother who was here yesterday evening. On the question of my relationship with my governor, His Excellency the Honorable Paul Simbarati, I want to make it clear that we have had a strained relationship from the time we on matters that are of issue. And indeed, I'm convicted that it is from that I am before this Senate today on because of the official questions and discussions I've tried, and we do not seem to pull together. One of them, honorable members, is the question of the budget absorption, where for 2 consecutive years, the number 47 out of 47 in development resource absorption, we did 13.9% of the resource absorption. In the next first quarter of this year, Madam Speaker, this financial year, we have done 1.7%, and in the first half of this year, we have done 3.9%, and these are the.
Let me guide you. You should be responding to the question you were asked. Responded to it. Respond to that question, please. The last question. Your relationship is correct with the governor. Your relationship with the governor.
Madam Speaker, I'm not hearing you. Maybe the power for your mic, I can hear you.
Your relationship with the governor.
Madam Speaker, is the same question I'm dealing with, that the relationship between me and my has been deteriorating day in, day out as we've served in the Kisii County. I hope I've answered.
Yes, you have. Senator Asige, Kegei, Crystal.
Madam Speaker, sorry.
And before this question, you have the phone now. Open the page which was downloaded, the document, and the Sergeant at Arms will present it to the Secretariat desk, the clerk's desk, and Charadige can have a look at it.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
It is your point of order.
Madam Speaker, I remember last night I was almost the last person to leave this chamber.
So have
And
the
the
other
questions,
senators.
let me ask my question, Madam Speaker, with all respect. And the people who are asking questions in the previous session, they are the same people asking questions. Just tell me. Then if we can just have them to ask questions, then we can watch like others at home.
Senator Karungo Dangwa, just mention You have been in the House, and that is a legitimate expectation. Brought you to Senate, that you should be in Senate attending to proceedings. You have been attending. Senators have also been attending the proceedings of this impeachment, and I believe all senators have to seek clarifications and seek questions. So we have used the board that names of the prioritization. So I would urge you, when you want to clarify, you always press your button, so that, because we use it as a guide on the speaker's side. But having said that, senators who have not had a chance to ask the questions, but all are equally entitled. Senator Asige,
yes,
as the phone is making its way to the...
Thank you. Speaker, if that comment by Senator Thango was directed at me, I have to assure him that yesterday I only spoke one time. One of the ones who have spoken a lot yesterday. Speaker, I want to speak on behalf of the struggling, whereby if I were to be missing 100,000 shillings in my M-Pesa, I have to admit, I would definitely. And that's where my particular question will focus. And I wanted to just, if you would allow me, Mr. DG, could you kindly just clarify how you make M-Pesa transactions? It's through the M-Pesa app?
Yes.
Oh, it is, okay. Okay, great. So you are somewhat tech savvy, then that has been confirmed. I also want to just confirm the process you transact on M-Pesa, and maybe you'll agree or disagree at the end. Number one, I'm aware that when you use the M-Pesa app, you have to choose the person that you're sending money to, the recipient. And the next stage, the amount that you want to send. And the next stage is to put in your PIN. And then there is a pop-up which asks you to confirm that those details that you have input are correct before you either cancel or accept that transaction. You would have seen the recipient's name pop up on that. Inaitwa hakikisho in Swahili. And if you said accept, if you confirm that those are the right details, Speaker, you press accept, and then, as another senator has said, you'll transaction confirmation with the exact same details, so that you can confirm that you have sent the correct amount to the correct person. With all of those different confirmation opportunities, I wanted to really clarify, because app and you have to be tech savvy to use it. How did you not see those confirmation that came through the M-Pesa app for you to confirm whether you're sending the money to the right person? Thank you.
Madam, apart that, I'm sorry, that I made those pop-ups and sent money knowing that I've sent the money to the right person. I missed those ones you have named. I do not know how you send it. Mine is the name and the number, and then I send. So I missed that, Madam Speaker.
Joyce Korir.
Madam Speaker, my question still hangs on the M-Pesa transfers. The witness sent 100,000 to Lucy Waito, which was sent on 28, and it was reversed on 30th. 2 days later, Madam Speaker. I wanted to know whether there was an agreement between the Deputy Governor and... Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, agreement between myself and Lucy Waito on anything unless clarified there was no agreement. The position is send the money back, told me to reverse. That is the position at which we left it.
Okay. Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is also a transaction. When you send the money on the, is it 28th? 28th?
Yes, yes.
Do you confirm that the money had gone?
Yes, the money went.
So, but you didn't confirm to whom it went. That's what you're telling us.
I didn't read that name and get to know that it is where I was sending the money to. That
Yes. So you confirm that the money was sent to Lucy. Was it Lucy or?
Lucy.
Same evening.
That evening, yes, the money went to Lucy.
That same evening.
Yes.
But it took realize that it went to a wrong person.
Yeah, I slept without noticing that the money had gone to the wrong person. So up the next day, and this is when I came to this understanding.
But it is your evidence that on the evening you sent the money, you confirmed that
No. It was erroneously sent to Lucy. That's what I'm saying.
That's all.
Senator Mbogwa Mugai George.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Governor, I'm following up on the charges of abuse to refer you to your affidavit, paragraph 59, A and B, to suggest that your home is being used for official purposes without your permission. You seem to suggest that your home is being used for official government offices without your permission. Is that true on point A? Affidavit.
Madam Speaker, can we go ahead with the question?
So you seem to suggest that used for official government business without your permission, because you are saying your input was not. Is that true?
Madam Speaker, this is not referring. I'm saying it's not my home that is used.
Okay.
My
Now
home
on B.
For visual functions.
Okay, on B, you suggest that the governor's office is being government business. Is there any government money which goes in this office? Is there any money which is used for the government business which is being carried?
Madam Speaker, that I will not be able to confirm if government money is being used. The only response, government business is being transacted in the governor's residence.
Senator Onyonka Richard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Dr. Munda, I have that you've answered about government business taking place. Could you explain what it means? In other words, are you trying to say that each and every government the governor took over in Kisii County has actually been conducted, including cabinet meetings, and you as the DG were holding cabinet meetings in the governor's house? And I would hope you to explain what the government says in terms of where the governor or the president, which place should they open. An issue, question I want to bring you, Dr. Monda. Madam Asigi raised a very interesting question, but I thought you got confused. Do you know the difference between an M-Pesa app and M-Pesa Kawaida?
Madam Speaker, I may be lost between the two.
Yeah, can you explain if you can? Lastly, sent erroneously. Have you ever sent any other erroneous money to anybody? Did you get a reversal, and how do you claim that money back? Thank you.
With your permission, I may start with the M-Pesa. I'm lost between the M-Pesa app and the M-Pesa, the Senator Onyonga, what he called M-Pesa Kawaida. Madam Speaker, I may be on the Kawaida because I have not heard the difference between the two. I leave this Senate. On the matter of reversal, what did you ask?
Any other money other than this money to anybody else before this exercise started or even now?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've done. M-Pesa is a continuous process by everyone of this era. And so sometimes I've lost the money. And sometimes when I'm able to call and get the money sent, to get the money back. This happens all the time. And I think that it is for that reason that the Safaricom decided to have the reversal and even sending back. Madam Speaker, on the first, the Honorable Senator has asked me to explain a little. All I know, once we are expected to transact government business areas, gazetted areas, such that the Senate business in the designated Senate as an example, Madam Speaker. And disassemble. But in my case and the Kisii, once we came into government after being sworn in, and of my Super Senator Richard Onyonga, the swearing in.
Just to guide you, we do not have any super senator.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I withdraw that and replace it with Senator Onyonga.
Is the official title. Can you continue with the answer?
Madam Speaker, once we were sworn in, the previous governor's office, former governor, was of course available, but we did not occupy that space, including governor, on grounds that my governor will want to do renovation before we occupy them. And therefore, we had to start operating from the holding KBC Stadium. And we've remained in those holding rooms in the stadium. Madam Speaker, if I were to be impeached by this motion, I wouldn't have stayed. The official gazetted governor's offices in Kisii as at now. And Speaker, at the stadium, my governor, His Excellency Mbarati, decided to start government meetings in his own residence in Motonto, and this has remained the position of the Kisii County government over, without imputing any wrong motive, Madam Speaker. We have been in a situation where even the Judicial Service Commission visited Kisii, and we were required to go to the home where we went, and we held that meeting there, and it was painful for me. The Service Commission conducting an official meeting in a private residency. Madam Speaker, this is the CECs will find their way to that home every day. Officers the same, and the directors the same. Madam Speaker, at some point as I raised this matter, getting excluded from attending those meetings, and without getting, and totally not getting information that anywhere where a deputy governor can also attend. That is the scenario in Kisii. They are hoping I've answered the honorable senator's question. Senate to visit Kisii and see by yourselves, Madam Speaker, that that's the scenario we are in the county.
Thank you, thank you. Senator Karungo will be the final one, then you take a direction on the remaining 18, and we'll have to take a direction on how we go about it. Meantime, Senator Karungo.
Thank you. Mine are very brief, Madam Speaker. And I would start by asking the Deputy Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, why would your brother be so bitter with you that you sit and go live with him at your father's house, at your father's farm? Yesterday, I asked Dennis a question, and I asked him if he got giving the 800,000 bribe, would he tell anybody, would he go to the police? The answer was no, I wouldn't have gone to any police. I would just be enjoying my job. Now, in that, would I say Lucy Waheto, would I be right to say Lucy Waheto also, because probably you did not give him all the money that he wanted. Probably you did not give her all the money. Out of the 800, maybe she wanted 400. You gave her 100,000. Then there were 2 days of, are you sending more? And if you're not sending more, I'm going to refund the money. And that is exactly what happened. Would I be right to say so?
Madam Speaker, I will start with that last question to say no, be right to say so, because we've not had a discussion with Lucy Waheto beyond the erroneous transaction of money. The other one is about my brother, and I've said it's a sad scenario. The entire happening is simply my name through the mud. That's all I would want to say, Madam Speaker, that my brother is in that pain of not supporting me in the past in the elections, but to win. And after the elections, my brother has not been happy. Campaigns continue beyond the time we were elected. And so you'll wish that I'm impeached because I would have lost the seat I won against his wishes, that I don't. You refer to the Kisii elections, many clips showing how my brother campaigned hard against me, but then I flawed them, and those who are flawed will always be to continue fighting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, we that we had allocated, but I have about 17 requests for senators who need clarification. We have to take a direction because we have 5 witnesses who still have to give evidence because so you do the points of order. I want us to take a direction as a house, whether we add 3 slots, minority leaders are here. Yes. Senator Methu, and then Senator Osotsi. Raise your point of order. Resume your seat. I invited you to use the
Madam Speaker, I think you directed that Mr. Monda's phone be checked to confirm attached on the documents. I think we need to dispense with that because the document raised a lot of concerns from the members and from to its authenticity. And also, understanding the Computer and Cybercrime Act, particularly Section 23, that talks about false publication of computer information. So I think that would be a very crucial aspect to deal with before we...
See, I give the direction. I had directed that the phone on the page which has been downloaded documentation be presented to the clerk, and Senator Cherarigi, who had raised that issue, to see that page. He's not in the house, so I'm holding it. It will still be done. What is your point of order, Senator Medel? So I've given direction, it will still be checked.
Since you had already given direction that you shall take 4 from each side, I think it is fair that we stick to that direction that you had given. But I would be Speaker, because we have, I think, 5 more witnesses, that for the rest of us who are on that dashboard, you give us priority in terms of getting clarification from the other witnesses that will be coming, so that then we can be able to avoid the question that had been of the same people speaking over and over, that when we get the next witness, then we can get another 8, with a few more others, so that everybody can be able to speak to this matter.
Senator Hamida, on a point of order only, then I give a direction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to request if you could give us, the few of us who have not talked, at least more time, at least a minute for each side, so that at least we can proceed. Because he's the main witness, then at least questions kindly.
20 minutes for each side would be too much to... Honorable Senators, we either take a few more or proceed on with the witnesses and give priority to anything in the next batch. Senator Mohammed.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think the direction which was given was that the 3 hours to present their case together with the cross-examination and conclusion. Now has not now changed, because I've seen we did about 2 hours in the morning and I've done another. And you should, the way we are managing our time, I don't think we are going to conclude this matter.
That's definitely. That is definitely yes. The concern.
So you need to give direction, Madam Speaker, so that we know time frames of what we are doing. Because yesterday there was a time frame which was presented, and accepted by and now we are digressing from that time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mohammed. I'll take one direction from Senator Roba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Considering the Deputy Governor is the key person and have been raised around, his removal from office. I think it's only, even if you limit the time, the senators that want to raise some questions to the Deputy Governor be given, even if to one question in that regard. Thank you.
Honorable, view of the time constraint, but noting that this is a very key witness and the Deputy Governor, I will give an opportunity to 3 senators on this side, 3 senators on the majority, a total of 6 senators, and each should take only 1 minute. Beyond 1 minute, off the microphone so that we do and 10 minutes or 12 minutes and move on to the other witnesses. Senator Enoch.
That's well guided, Madam Speaker. But then, in the same breath, then you should also require to also respond decisively to questions without explaining.
Honorable Senators, I want to request and we guide that even your question give a narration or 2 paragraphs of a background, just ask a specific question and the witness is duly guided answers to the questions that are asked. If it's a question of yes or no, just say yes or no. And I will Senator Seki to ask the question. He's not there. Senator
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Robert Monda is my friend. In fact, I'm the only one in this house who was a colleague. Listening to you, my old friend and colleague, your fate is going to turn the word of your own witnesses. Young Dennis has it and proved that he gave you 500,000. Refused. Your word against his. Joseph Mesati has said that you are broke. You have refused. Your word against his. Gladys has a document here where she demonstrates that you are doing business with her. Your word against yours. And finally, Lucy Wahito has demonstrated.
What's your question, Senator Boni? It's over. It's 1 minute.
64, that she you are innocent. Telling the House, do we believe you?
Witness.
Madam Speaker, these questions, to answer these questions from my friend, the Senator Mr. Misal.
Your point of order, Senator Wakoli. Use the dispatch box, Senator.
Honorable Speaker, is it in order for my senior brother, Mheshimiwa Boni Khalwale, signals that he's already making decisions and judging the innocent doctor without the due diligence, Honorable Speaker? Let us be impartial as honorable senators and allow the defense accused to come on board and elaborate themselves. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The witness, following the point of order, let me the witness can concentrate on the question that was posed in the last sentence. Or the other witnesses should be believed. Just that bit.
Madam Speaker, been a mention of several names of witnesses who have been here. Dennis Misati, part of his father, Joseph Misati. My affirmation is that Joseph Misati are on the same page. And so we have not pulled in different directions, and I hope my friend senator is listening to me. So Joseph Misati are talking different, and it's not me who has said we are not talking the same language with Joseph Misati. My money, and that's our position, the two of us. Gladys Aminga have not deviated that I gave Gladys Aminga to deliver building material to my home. That's the position I've taken, and I paid what was due to her. Lucy, there was, we are on the same page that I erroneously, and she refers the money to me. There's no more that she has said, other than that she has two statements. One, she says, I said nothing when we talked on the phone on the same money. That she said something else. So I've not deviated from what all these witnesses have said.
Thank you. Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bwana DG, the young man, Dennis, really broke down. They lost the business, and the wife also had a miscarriage. Are you really conscious? Is your conscience clear that by promising this young man or by extorting money from him to get a job? One, there has been so much...
Leave it at one question, Senator Hamida, for this last question.
Just one more, Madam Speaker.
Leave it at one question. Everybody needs a...
So then, Dennis Misati, I was here yesterday, and I saw it. Dennis Misati was on record that he has not talked to me any one time I'm looking for. He got all the story about the job from his father. The father was here today morning. There's no way I can know that Dennis sold a business or suffered any loss. The connection, the only link between me and Dennis is the father, who has witnessed today in the morning that any business lost, nor Dennis having as a bribe, or he was calling it something else, not inducement, something. So I cannot speak for Dennis Misati. He can only speak about whom he indicated he got every communication from me.
Derito John Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the county number 2 in command, Madam Speaker, he is telling us that he sent to a person he has saved as CEO, who is a junior officer in terms of command. Madam Speaker, how was it so hard for that officer to reverse or to send the money, which ended up taking 2 days? I had listened to him saying the officer said he could not reverse in the airport. Then from the airport, she entered a very serious meeting. Madam Speaker, I still not understand. That's the only part I'm not getting. I need clarity.
Madam Speaker, that is very true. Lucy is a junior officer in the company created between the Kisii County and the Nyamira County. And Madam Speaker, management. I am the deputy governor. If indeed I was to look at jobs from the board, sorry, I then should have management, because that's where the marks for anyone looking for a job is awarded. It's not at the CEO. So, assertion, to me, I find it far from what it should be. I want to talk board. Madam Speaker.
Can you make your answers precise and short?
I stop. He had mentioned something about the sending of the money. And Madam Speaker, I've already mentioned here that are in these bundles that are before the Senate. I realized that Lucy Waido used the same money that she was supposed to reverse immediately morning. And so even if she was to reverse the money, she didn't have the same money to reverse to me until the 30th the money and on some kind of loan. And if that loan we call what? Pesa. Fuliza, if that Fuliza was there on, why did she leave herself to be below 100,000, which she was reversed to me? I hope I've responded. It's working.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's just a quick one. You said that the 100,000 you are sending to Gladys was for services rendered to you on transport. Any evidence to show that there's either an invoice or a demand notice, either written to you demanding that that payment, please?
I don't have those documents, but from the statement given by Gladys, she transported the materials as my affidavit was also indicating. So we are in a, she transported materials for me, and that is in a record in the documents before this House.
Senator Mudigi.
Asante, Madam Speaker. Yangu ni machache, Bwana Deputy Governor, na unajua sina sote zile siko Kisii. Mambo ya pesa kutumia mtu na kurundishie hiyo kwa muda mrefu na bora pesa ilirundi. Lakini mambo ya hizi pesa zingine na Deputy Governor, wakati tulikuja Kisii juu ya wafanyikazi kulikuwa na shida nikiwa mmoja walipa wafanyikazi walipa Kisii ambaye ni mzito sana mkafuta watu, lakini nataka kuuliza hakuna njia ndio hii mambo isifike katika ya Kisii na pia ifike hapa? Hakuna vile hapo mbeleni ungejua vile utafanya uweze kumaliza hii maneno? hatutafika hapa pahali tumefika. Asanti, Madam Speaker.
This matter has been speeded up very quickly by I will call it is part and parcel to this movement, this impeachment, so that I'm gotten rid of because of the issues I'm already raising on the management of the county. It could have been managed if we sat together as the leadership. But I've got my say whether that kind of meeting can take place or not.
Senator Okoiti Andrew Mutata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Deputy Governor, I have just one small concern that is disturbing me. Yesterday, a video of a very, very poor lady who makes a living by selling mutura, accusing you of having taken money from her. And there were many others who came up. One, because it's the one that seems to have evidence that it was made at the public participation, during a public participation forum. What would be your response to respond to that allegation? Because for me, for somebody poor claiming that you took, it's a very, very painful experience for me. And that for me is one thing that's going to guide my decision.
Madam Speaker, the clips that were played in this house, the Honorable House, it ran around the bursary that I have been soliciting to give people bursaries. Bursaries in counties have committees that run bursaries and not the Deputy Governor. Madam Speaker, you get a report of Kisii. Last bursary given was, in the last financial year, was 3,000 shillings per. What kind of sense would it make if you get a parent price 12,000, 20,000 to get 3,000? Does it make economic like there is something happening? Madam Speaker, these clips played here were all to simply implicate me, where they have been indicated to have been taken. You will get in the same report you have. Masimba, I'll quote Masimba. Masimba is the headquarter for Masimba. In the report, it's indicated when the team doing public participation reached there, nobody to attend the public participation. But at the end of the report and the clip, I realized that there is a gentleman who is a border rider, whom I know in person, whom together in my house, claiming to have come to my home Madam Speaker, I've never sat anywhere in a committee releasing the beneficiaries. I've never. This was simply meant to augment Monda tax bribes, and that is what was done. If you look at the timing of the public participation, yes.
Again, you keep to the question and give short, precise answers.
Okay.
So rest it there. Senator Paris is the final question, and then we move on to the next.
Madam Speaker, I want to put it to the DG that his friend Joseph Misati said that he's financially struggling
And in that case, could this be the reason why they, in order to assist in the job placement of Misati's son, Dennis?
Madam Speaker, I've responded to that question earlier severally, that was generally done by Mr. Misati, that politicians challenges in terms of resources and the kind of work they do. He also then said he will accept one of those who are suffering in terms of resources. No, picked for me that I'm asking for money from anyone, and I've not asked for money from anyone. The challenges that are financial for politicians, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senators. I think, unfortunately, we have to move on because we have 5 other witnesses given evidence, and the Senators will not found time now. We will have an opportunity in the next bunch. So, the DG's team, the Honorable Deputy Governor's team, who are you calling next?
Madam Speaker, we are calling next Lillian Gore. And Madam Speaker, I just wanted to, considering the constraints of time, we are electing to drop 2 witnesses, and we will be calling the next witness. We will be calling 2 more, and then we close.
That is very good. We appreciate that. Witness, and that you save our time on questions. Take the stand and be sworn in.
Which faith do you ascribe to? I'm a Christian. Christian, so you take an oath for affirmation. When the speaker calls, you take the oath, you hold the Bible on the right.
Counsel, with this witness, we hope it's below 30 minutes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will take 20 minutes. But my colleagues have 7 minutes in cross-examination. They gave up.
We are aware of that. The Secretariat marked it.
Madam Speaker, if you may allow me. We give our time. Only 2 witnesses are the ones that we waived our right of cross-examination. If those 2 witnesses then are not appearing before the Senate, it then discounts our arguments. They are not coming. We only dropped 2 witnesses, which my learned friend has also agreed to drop. Not then.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, the election on the time they gave 2 witnesses who are named, and they're still coming. So the 7 minutes that were count to this third witness.
Counsel, proceed with your witness. Use
Yes.
your time wisely. Those decisions will be made.
I, Lillian, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be all truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Honorable Lillian, maybe you can just introduce yourself to the chamber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Lillian Nyango in the Kisii County Assembly, both as a member of County Assembly and I also sit in the County Assembly Service Board,
Yes, Honorable Gore, you saw an affairs at page 204 to 206, label DG.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm referring to this bundle. Yes, to your first assertion at paragraph 3 of that affidavit, that you opposed the motion for impeachment on procedural and substantive grounds.
I was part of the proceedings on the day the motion was moved, and yes, I did stand and I had the opportunity, and yes, I did oppose on grounds that the motion had not been properly placed before the House. There were other substantive grounds that would not then allow the motion to be fairly admitted.
Okay, I'll take you to the notice of the 13th of February. Yes, it appears at page 6 of the DG bundle.
Yes.
You can see that notice. This is what was presented before the County Assembly.
Yes, this was the notice presented before.
Oh, it's page 5, not page 6, page 5. That's the one dated the 13th of February.
Correct.
Okay. Was this the sum total of the notice that was served upon the chamber?
What appears on page 5 of the document was what is the notice of motion that we received in the County Assembly.
Pictures and any supporting evidence produced?
Madam Speaker, on the day that we had this, we did not have the opportunity to see, neither did the speaker, any signatures on that particular day.
Okay, and this is a notice that started these whole proceedings? Okay, from your knowledge as a member of the County Assembly, was this notice, was it in accordance with your standing orders?
Madam Speaker, both our standing orders and 33 of the County Government Act directs us on what a notice of motion on impeachment should be, and it specifies items, the grounds and particulars of the motion. And therefore, what we had on the grounds, and we did not have an opportunity to go through the particulars of the motion.
Thank you. Just in the emphasis of time, I'll now move you to the Hansard with regards to the 21st of February. It appears on volume the County Assembly's bundle. Yes, I'm referring to which page of that particular bundle? Bottom.
Kindly clarify which page you're referring to.
The numbers at the bottom, where we Henry introducing Morasia, introducing a motion.
Can you guide on the page?
It's page.
Okay, this is 122.
It's at page 122 of volume 1.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes. Can you explain to what motion the majority leader moved before the County Assembly on the 21st of February?
Madam Speaker, from the page 122, it says, it was an adjournment of debate on motion on removal from impeachment of His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of the County Government of Kisii, moved by our leader of majority.
Yes. I now ask you to look at that, Hansard. Was that motion allowed? That motion for adjournment? As a member of the chamber, maybe you can inform the Senate. Was
Honorable Speaker, usually when a motion is moved, we expect thereafter a question will be put by the Speaker, but here I'm not seeing any member of the Assembly who did this.
So the motion in question was not seconded?
Honorable Speaker, no, it was not.
Was that motion then debated?
There was an attempt, Honorable Speaker, there was an attempt to do a debate.
Was it finally passed?
No.
Did
Yes, Honorable Speaker, at the end of it, there was an adjournment as per the communication that was from the chair on that particular day.
Now we'll move on to this public participation we've been at the instigation of the County Assembly. It appears that 6 to 58, the report appears at page 56. DG's bundle, the other bundle. This is a from the public participation. You can see it?
Yes, the page 56, the document is headed submission.
Yes. Who is this submission from?
Dated 26 from Benson Nyagaka Masario.
Misario.
Yeah, Misario.
Yes. Have you had a chance to go through this particular submission by this?
Yes, I have had an opportunity to go through this submission.
Yes, you've seen the issue regards to the county executive.
Yes, quite a number of issues were raised.
You've referred to these issues in your
I refer to a number of them, Madam Speaker.
I'll take you to the first issue you've referred to at paragraph 7 of your. And this relates to the senior staff mortgage.
Yes, I'm there, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Who gave directions or who initiated this senior staff mortgage that you refer to?
The senior staff mortgage facility directive of SRC, and that was communicated through a gazette notice, and that is benefit that is anybody who is a CC, a deputy governor, or a governor with is eligible to have access to it.
Yes. Did the County Assembly of Kisii then operationalize mortgage?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the County Assembly of Kisii, any borrowing or borrowing arrangements within the county, then went ahead to approve a borrowing senior staff for mortgage facilities that then would facilitate the actualization of that SRC notice.
Have these senior staff been able to enjoy this fund that you disbursed?
No, they have not.
Why is this?
Part of what the process of approval, instead of being domiciled at the committee level as was approved, the process is no longer with the committee. It is being discussed elsewhere, and that has hampered the mortgage.
Okay. This elsewhere you refer to, where is this elsewhere you refer to?
The CEC did confide and say that the document is not within the executive's office. It is stored within.
Okay. Now, on that point, we can move on to the next issue, which is the use of the home as an office. Yes. Is this a fact? You have personal. The governor actually uses his house as an office.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've personally received an invite to go and have an within the palatial home.
Okay. Is this a known fact in Kisii County, that this is his office?
Known fact. In fact, we have had access to videos going around in the social media confirming that the governor is comfortable with matters being held from his residence.
Okay. In the interest of time, we move on to this issue of ghost workers. Yes, you media reports about 14 ghost workers.
We did receive, first of all, one of the few things that were done the moment we got the new government, procedurally or in way of caution, instruction that was then supposed to evaluate into HR issues and many other reports, including information was communicated to us in one of the forums in the stadium when the executive said within the country that the county that will be resolved by a few of the instructions that he has issued.
Yes, from this investigation, was there a report that was produced?
At one, I saw on social media information that there is a report, but as a member of County Assembly, I haven't had, neither do I know where the report is. And we as an assembly have not discussed the report at all.
So it has never been assembly?
Madam Speaker, no, it has not been tabled.
Okay, which ties into our next Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Board case. Pages 192 to 187 of the DG's bundle. This case arises out of this alleged hunt for ghost hunters, for ghost workers.
Madam Speaker, what I'm aware of is that in the social media there was an official document that was going around, and it was indicating that about 700 workers had been given show cause letters. A lot of them were coming from were members of the KMPDU organization, and therefore, because they had letters, KMPDU as an organization therefore went ahead to find a way that they can support and have them.
Yes, did this case therefore cause the county to utilize for this baseless case?
Madam Speaker, yes, the county had to defend because the respondent was the county.
In with this unknown report on ghost workers?
Yes.
Okay, I'll now take you to pages 160 of our bundle. And this MCA votes with regard before the county assembly. Yes, we start at page 158. You can see This is the ballot. You can confirm this is a ballot you had with regards to the impeachment assembly.
Madam Speaker, I can confirm this is a sample of the ballot paper that we had there.
Yeah, you can have ID for one, Karen Nyamoita, the County Assembly.
Madam Speaker, I can confirm this is the ID.
And you can confirm that is a picture.
Members. Yes, this is.
There's a similar picture of a similar MCA at 159.
Council,
yes, Madam Speaker.
You have 5 minutes and time will be strict, so you condense your questions to.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Yes, and you confirm that's the same case at page 160?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Why would members of County Assembly take photos and distribute them in this manner?
To the best of my knowledge, members of County Assembly were avoiding instances of being de-whipped. And members of County Assembly have previously, where if they act against what they have been instructed to, then they face being de-whipped from committees, very grievous challenges within the Assembly. So I sympathize with these members. They may be happy to do this, but they were just making sure that their life is safe.
So they were acting under instructions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is all for this witness. I'll hand you over for cross-examination. Madam Speaker, maybe now we can take directions.
Council. Directions. 2 witnesses have been dropped, which saves on but we are still not doing too well on time.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
So I will allow cross-examination. Council, how many minutes do you need?
2 minutes.
Oh, good. Let's have the cross-examination in the 2.
I have to use in my submissions at the closure. Good evening, Mheshimiwa. You have referred us to page 157, 158, 159, 160, yes?
Correct, Madam Speaker.
What is the source? Where did you get this from?
I have read it from here. I have read it from here, sir.
Madam, just answer me the question. Where did you get this information from?
I got this information from this bundle. Yes.
Do you know its source?
I got the information from the bundle.
Do you know the source of this information?
The source is this bundle.
She's given an answer. You take that.
Are you trying to say that the Senate has been sitting for the last 2 days over 48 hours?
That's not my testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Any re-exam? A very short while.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just one question.
Proceed.
Honorable Gore, is this the first time you've seen those photos?
Madam Speaker, I have seen these photos on platform. Kisii County MCA WhatsApp platform also.
Thank you, Honorable Gore.
Senator Methu, do you have any interventions? Or?
Just a clarification from the witness. From your evidence, this to say that for the best of your knowledge, the photos were being taken by the members of the County Assembly because consequences, if they are not made, if they do not vote in a certain manner, I would, especially the whipping. I would want from whom do these instructions come from, and what are the instances, to the best of your knowledge as a member of that County Assembly, people have been de-whipped for voting in a certain way?
We have 2 members of the County Assembly who are currently de-whipped from their belong to the ODM party. These members also share the same political party. These members have no the platform to be able to contest that which is happening. Currently, gone for 8 months without an allowance. An MCA only earns 89,000 in mortgages and loans. And as a member who sits in the board, County Assembly Service Board, several complaints, and I have had to go and extend and sit down with this member who has suicidal thoughts because of that matter. And that is why that I will come and testify about it, because it is something that is close to me, but I have not control over it.
So that I get the answer to that particular question. Is that for the two members who you say one of them has not had a salary for the last 8 months, is that he or she ever took, and as a member of the board, it is then possible that processes salaries for the members of the County Assembly?
Senator Medhu, did she talk about salary?
Well, let me say benefits. Let me use benefits. I think that would make more sense. That she has not benefits for the last 8 months. Is it because he or she ever voted in a certain way, that member from the ODM party?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason as to why members did this was because they did not want to go against instructions. One of the this honorable member who has gone for 8 months without salary is because he went and talked against the position of his leader within the party. We fear that when we do anything against that position, we are victimized and we are sent away. The fact that the standing orders say that a member should be at least in one standing committee. This member we are committee. That means that even the people, because this is an elected member, even the people that have sent him to the assembly have been denied to have their views presented in the assembly.
Senator Eric.
Yes, Mheshimiwa, you know, as we sit here, so that assist us with information that will help us make a determination that is fair. And on the 4 counts that the deputy governor of the county is facing, I've listened to your testimony and I've not heard you respond to those 4 charges that are facing the governor. So do you think what you have told us this is relevant to the business that is before us? Number 2, I've read affidavit, I think it was sworn on 11th of March, 2024, and I've said about MCS who have in the past, the governor, who have lost certain positions, 2 of them you say, some who have been punished by being denied their allowances. All appears nowhere in your affidavit. Is it that you have just had enough? You didn't include such crucial information in your affidavit. Ours is to get evidence that assists us in arriving at a determination relevant to the charges that are facing of Kisii County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the information is relevant with this distinguished assembly, yes, to the best of my knowledge, it is important and relevant. One of the items that was presented through public participation was the observation of this and whose content And if this was a matter that was then referred to the Assembly, courtesy of a public participation, these are observations that have come from the people of Kisii County, then the people of Kisii County's views are relevant unless we want to believe that the views of the people of Kisii County are irrelevant for this discussion. The information appears right now, and it was not part of the affidavit. Honorable Speaker, I was responding to the questions as presented to me and I was expounding as he has requested me to expound. Thank you.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine was, the witness before us should focus on giving us evidence that will assist to be saved or not, instead of focusing on the fight between the deputy governor and the governor, because it's not going to help in any way. This is not clarification. Basically, I was doing an intervention because of that, so that at least, we don't waste a lot of time on politics. What is before us is the County Assembly of Kisii impeached deputy governor, and this House, we are determining whether they were right in impeaching him or not. So the witness to give us something that can assist the churches of this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Lilian, you belong to which political party?
My party is Kenya National Congress.
Kenya National Congress.
Correct.
Therefore, in the opposition as far as the Kisii County Assembly is concerned.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I represent.
Sorry. Represent the minority.
Yes.
And it is your evidence that you oppose the motion procedure grounds, but your opposition was defeated.
Yes, Madam Speaker. In my own right, it's also part of the Hansard.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted a clarification. Assembly. You say from your submissions, it seems that you do not have confidence in the, that is the County Assembly. Would I be right to say then that you also take the same position that some of the part of the Hansard are not correct?
Madam Speaker, I'm confident of what the county have reservations for decisions and a few things that are not done procedurally. And I did raise them then.
So, Madam Speaker, just for everyone to be clear, are you here as a member of County Assembly?
Madam Speaker, I'm here as a member of County Assembly and in my personal capacity as
Thank you. That's the end of, Senator. You just pressed your button, right?
Madam Speaker, I was not going to say anything to this witness, but there is an allegation that has been made from the witness. If there is any documentation that you've presented before the Senate with regards to your members of the Orange Democratic Movement Party have previously been punished for going against a party position. So party position and the MCAs that were affected. Do you have any such material before the...
Madam Speaker, I know and I can name 2 members of ODM party who have been disciplined, but currently I do not have any document I brought before this House.
Okay. That should be the final intervention, then we proceed on.
I don't have Madam Witness, but I have a question for the legal counsel, for the deputy. From yesterday till today, the issues that are before us, what Dennis has said, Lucy, and the deputy governor. And that the issue of influencing employment by the deputy governor is very clear. The deputy governor has agreed that he has asked to employ Dennis. Number two, the transfer of funds. As Dennis has said, it is very clear. Funds were transferred. Dennis transferred 49,000, 150,000. He transferred 50,000 at 2043. So, at which is 41 minutes after Dennis has transferred this amount of money, the deputy 100,000 to Lucy. So, looking at Article 75, Madam Speaker, if I tell the council, 71B, a state officer shall behave whether in official life, in private life, or in association with other persons that avoids compromising any public or official interest in favor of personal interest. Let me also refer you.
Senator Chute, can you...
My question is will I be wrong if I say he is guilty as charged? Looking at Article 75. Okay, let me read Article 76. Article 76, 2, ordination to a state officer on a public or official occasion is a gift to the Republic and shall be delivered to the state unless exempted under Act of Parliament.
What's your point of order, Senator Mehta?
B, to seek or accept.
Speaker, I very a great Senator Mohammed Said Chute, but I would want your guidance on whether what he is reading actually has any witness that is at the witness stand.
Senator Chute, I would urge you to restrict yourself to what has been adduced by the witness who is dock right now.
I'm talking about the, I'm referring this question to the legal counsel.
Yes, on the evidence she had adduced.
On account of the deputy governor, what he
Now,
has said
Senator
earlier.
Chute, I'm giving you a guidance.
Yes.
That to the witness who is on the stand, the evidence she has adduced, you can address the question to the counsel.
Okay, much obliged, Madam Speaker.
So that marks the from this witness. Counsel, you can call your next witness, and I hope we keep to the same timeline. First and not.
Madam Speaker, the next witness that the Honorable Deputy Governor is going to call is Obare. For record, my colleagues for the county their right to cross-examine him. Will 20 minutes. We'll need assistance with some videos, which we'd wish honorable senators take a look at.
Council, I give a guidance on the cross-examination. Stick by that guidance because 2 witnesses have been dropped from the list of witnesses. And in line with Article 50, it is in order to allow a level of cross-examination that all issues are taken on board. So let the witness take the stand, be sworn in, and proceed.
I request for your audience for a moment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, assisting the witness navigate around the documents, but he is bereaved, and the person who was to replace him outside, and I'm told I must seek your permission for that substitute. I very kindly request for that accommodation that the assistant to come and help navigating the documents.
Sergeant, at times, allow the council to have a substitute who can assist. Where
The witness, Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, is already present. He can be sworn in.
Thank you. I must do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matter before the Senate shall be truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Speaker, the evidence of this witness can be found at page 198, 200 of the bundle titled DG. Kindly tell the Honorable House your name and what you do for a living.
Thank you. Madam Speaker.
Just hold on. Senator Okongo Mugeni, what's your intervention, your point of order?
You know, Madam Speaker, I'm one of the most patient senators. And I sat here when the last was presented and adduced evidence, the relevance of the evidence that was being tendered before us. Now I'm raising, pursuant to Standing Order, third schedule, as read with Standing Order number 30 of the third schedule. This exercise we are undertaking is time-bound. We must finalize by midnight tonight. We have a very important task to undertake as senators. Understanding Order number 2, the reason why we are seated here, Madam Speaker, is to make a determination whether the particulars of the allegation have been substantiated. That's the only business that is making us stand or sit here from 9 to midnight. In wisdom, when we enacted our standing order, we put which says that where on a particular question or matter, including but not limited to questions, materiality, relevance, or admissibility, Speaker of the Senate shall rule on the question, and the ruling of the Speaker shall be final. Looking at the time, this is 6:30. Councils have not made their closing. We have not retreated to plenary for senators to make their final submissions. You read the affidavit of Mr. Thomas Obare, and I've really nothing against my good friend. He's making allegations touching on issues of budget as passed by the county assembly, that is how a budget was passed and how the governor conducts.
On which page is that document?
That's at page 198. It does not make any response to the 4 allegations that are facing the governor of the county of Kisii. If you go to paragraph number 9, which is at page 199, it says the governor has refused to settle pending bills. If you go to paragraph 11, it is talking about radicalization, gagging of Kisii County youth, etc. It's talking about governor lying that he has built 128 ECD classes, which is not true. 100 is the attestation page. You know, Madam Speaker, you can't take 87 for a ride. Because what is before us is allegations touching on money that was given to the governor as a bribe, or abuse of office in terms of using us to effect arrest of his brother. The evidence that is here has got no relevance. It's not material to the allegation being investigated by the Senate. We don't have time. We are being taken for granted. I invite you to invoke Standing Order number 30 of the 3rd schedule. Set a precedent that when we are quasi-judicial authority, we should restrict ourselves to the allegations that have been made by the governor or the deputy governor, and then we make a determination whether there is substantiation or none. If there is none, if there is substantiation, we send the governor home so that you save time, Madam Speaker. So I invite you to invoke Order number 30, rule that this particular evidence has got no relevance to the issue at hand.
Are you sure? Refer to Standing Order number 30?
Of the 3rd schedule.
Of the 3rd schedule?
Yeah, you can call it schedule, not standing
Okay.
order. Yes, which gives you discretion. So that you allow us now time to listen to counsel. We also hear our colleagues making. We retreat to pass a verdict, Madam Speaker.
What is the point of order, Senator Gloria? In under half a minute, because if we orders, we will never make any progress on the same issues that you are complaining about. In terms of
Madam Speaker, at the point where we had the last witness before this one, I even approached these things, the relevance towards the charges is not there. So we are actually spending time executing matters between fights of politicians and not actually addressing the 4 charges that we have, Madam Speaker. Because yesterday we left chambers at midnight, Madam Speaker. I do not think that this House and are taking these matters very seriously, Madam Speaker. We would like to spend the energy that is left to actually deliberate on the accusation, the matters that have been brought before us, Madam Speaker, so that if we can be allowed time, because whether or not a budget was implemented or not, to discuss whether or not the governor or the deputy is fighting who and who. It has nothing to do with the Speaker. So please, I urge you, if possible, and not because, just in the interest of time, if possible, if we can forego this witness.
Honorable, a direction on this matter. What's your point of order, Senator Sifuna? That's the final one, and then I'll make a...
To be very brief. We guide, and I know that as my senior, I really have a lot of respect for Keegan, but he should also be honest with the House, Madam Speaker, you've been referred to certain paragraphs by Senior Counsel Okongo to refer you to paragraph 5 as to why these witnesses are being called. These witnesses are not being called to answer to any of the four. Being called to respond to governance issues that arose from public participation. If the Deputy Governor are going to be fair to us, indeed these witnesses are not going to respond to any of the material allegations against, and it would be fair to the House. It's not about a question of time, because the standing orders actually allow you, Madam Speaker, to rule out. What we are saying is the Deputy Governor's Council should really examine and ask themselves if they have run out of to the 4 allegations, so that these other stories that we want to be told by this other witness is really irrelevant. We can, but in all honesty, it will not answer, because I have spent time with this bundle, Madam Speaker. I have read this affidavit. They are trying to during public participation and not the allegations that were raised against the governor, which are 4. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
If counsel for the DG can kindly get a minute, the honorable senators were addressing before you make your decision.
You give to respond to the materiality of the evidence beforehand, and then I'll give a direction.
Thank you, Madam. Respond to my senator and my Secretary General, whom I hold in the highest regard. Honorable Speaker, you'll notice that the Deputy Governor has 4 hours within which to present his case. The relevance or irrelevance of the matter, I believe, with a lot of respect to the possible that there could be positions that have been taken, and for us, the Honorable Deputy Governor could wish to have the fully, because this is politics, the nexus of this impeachment motion, and that's why we respectfully, and the Deputy Governor, that especially the witness who's just stood is extremely important to his case. Yes, if you are to look at the charges.
Finish. Let him finish, senators.
If
Finish.
Honorable Deputy, to look at the charges, it may not be direct evidence responding. But it's good that the honorable senators understand the background, the reasons as to against the honorable DGG.
Senator Gloria, I have given a direction. Can you maintain silence?
Thank you. Thank you for the protection, Madam Speaker. I was just indicating and that it's extremely important for the Deputy Governor that evidence relating, because as I said, Speaker, that this is politics. It's extremely important that especially the witness on the dock, there are videos that we intend to play exactly what has been happening in Kisii County. And that cannot be said to be relevant. And even then, my colleague will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness on the contents of his evidence, so that on there'll be no prejudice whatsoever suffered by either the county assembly or anyone, save for time. And Honorable, you'll notice that we've already dropped 2 witnesses, and based on the sentiments, because we are all litigation lawyers, the mood of the judge or the court, we have heard what the senators have said, and we will consult. But I'll beg that you allow the to proceed with this evidence. Thank you very much.
Counsel, you have listened to which may not be a misplaced observation, because it is in us who are sitting as arbiters to listen through the evidence, sift that evidence, relevance towards the claims that are laid against the Deputy Governor. I would guide you in this manner, since it's yet been adduced before this House. I would guide you that the impeachment proceedings are against, and the charges are already laid out. You have done very well to drop off 2 witnesses. You were of the opinion that they may not be too material to the charges that have been laid against the Deputy Governor. You take the shortest time possible. Whatever evidence you adduce, let it relate to the House as against the Deputy Governor. So if you take less time, we take less minutes, that will be in order, but avoid bringing the question of the governor going through any impeachment proceedings here. Relate your evidence to before the Senate. So I'll allow you to proceed with that witness, but make sure that your evidence is relevant to the charges before this House.
With your permission, Madam Speaker, I have been very specifically mentioned by my learned friend. Allow me to just say one thing, even if you had to designate only 1 minute to me.
We have said you proceed on, but make sure the evidence relates to the charges that are before.
In that case, then, Madam Speaker, to you is that this same argument was raised as a preliminary issue before, and he determined that the evidence can be laid. You will recall that the County Assembly cancels to the paragraphs we are referring to. And on our part, we were countering it by saying that we are responding to what came from public participation, charges against us. Now, if your ruling then is that it has to be only on the full count, argument we had, then we would like to know then that the Senate is going to exclude the entire because that's where the entry point of the 2 witnesses we are calling. I wanted to confirm.
Counsel, I have not restricted you. If you to the charges before the House, I have allowed you to proceed, but now you are using your time wrongly. Already be giving the evidence that that witness has. I've only guided that you save this House time. The evidence is relevant.
Thank you. Let me seek your guidance. Should then the County Assembly note that whatever evidence is being led by council, could we raise the objection?
No, do not. Let them lay their evidence. This Senate can tell what is relevant and what is not relevant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kindly proceed to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Council. Honorable Speaker, MCA for Bobasi Boitangari. I'm also a graduate of economics from the University of Nairobi.
Confirm that the affidavit referred to, or we are referring the House, in page 198 and 200 of the DG's bundle was sworn by yourself. Confirm that you are in the County Assembly of Kisii when the motion to this House was debated.
I confirm.
Are you a resident of?
In my introduction, I said I'm the MCA for Bobasi Boitangari, therefore I'm a resident of Kisii County.
Are you able to tell this House whether you participated in the deliberations of the County Assembly and whether you did with regard to the proceedings of the House when the same was being debated?
I confirm. Challenged the propriety of the motion unsuccessfully on grounds including it being out of time, Council.
You are here as part of the witnesses who are giving evidence in support of the Deputy Governor. Are there any issues arising in Kisii County at this Honorable House to get to know about?
Honorable, confirm that I participated in the debate on the impeachment of the Deputy Governor, and I confirm that that debate is the result of what is happening in Kisii County.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Let's go, and you've had the move straight to the point. There, in your affidavit at paragraph 8, you have sworn that the budget that had been passed in the county assembly was altered. Is that the
confirm?
Did your colleagues and yourself protest the fact that it was submitted to the control of budget?
I confirm.
Are you aware whether those are the DG has been in support of, that he's been in support of those members of the county assembly that have been raising such an issue?
So that the DG has been raising the said issues on the alteration and the mutation of the budget, and it forms part of the impeachment, the complaints.
Thank you. Confirm that the letter Assembly did is the one that is at page 145. Sure. I'll be relying entirely on the DG's bundle. Page 143 to 145D. Just take a look at that. Have you been able to get page
I confirm the letter, and I'm signatory to that letter.
Okay. So that to the controller of budgets. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has there been any response to that letter? Are you aware whether there's any response?
There was a response. CEC Finance, Economic Planning on the same.
Confirm, thank you. Confirm that is fully in support with the contents of this letter.
I confirm.
Thank you. Any response from the controller of budget?
We received a response from the controller. No, the response was.
So you are aware of correspondence from the controller of budget to the.
They're aware.
Okay. Is that the letter that is in 2A to H of the bundle, or page 145B? Just take
145B.
145B. Take a 145B. Is that the letter?
I confirm that it is the letter.
Found to the House on what is the contents of that letter that is in page 145B of the DG's bundle.
145B is a response from the control of budget to the CEC Finance and Economic Planning, asking to explain the variances that were in the budget passed and by the Assembly and the budget uploaded of budget portal.
Okay, yes. Thank you, thank you. Just confirm of what's been happening, because you did tell the House that you are a resident of Kisii. Are you aware of any radical gangs coming up in Kisii County? And what could be your take? And what is the Deputy Governor's take of that particular aspect as contained in paragraph 11 of your affidavit?
Thank you, Council. That the impeachment motion before this Assembly is as a result of what has been happening in Kisii. Instances where no one is supposed to question or ask any question in Kisii County. Kisii County has one supreme leader, and then one person who differs with the be taken through what the DG is being taken through.
Yeah, just proceed.
I want to confirm to this House that this is not only happened to the DG, this has happened to almost all leaders from Kisii. you disagree with the CEO of the county, then all means possible you have to be dealt with today.
Thank you. Because of time, let me refer you to page 155 to 1 bundle, the DG's bundle. Are you able to tell this and the relevance to the motion?
I can see this a news, and it talks about what Kisii Elder said about Governor Rat's snap to reconciliation talks.
So basically, in the violence, the chaos in Kisii County, there have been attempts to reconcile leaders. Is that what you're telling?
I confirm that there has been attempts to mitigate the violence and the Kisii, but then we have not been able to have those talks.
Thank you. So that the page 155 to 157 relates to the attempt to reconcile. Is that okay? Do you have any other videos or any videos, especially the ones that you are referring to, that you'd wish to show the House as we rest, not to take a lot of time?
Yes, the video, I hope that they can be played in the Senate.
Madam Speaker, I'll request that the video